advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm enclosing the nominee's resume. Sincerely, Charles B. Baker. The vice is the Honorable David B. Locke. And so the Executive Council is our formal name in the Constitution, but it's become known as the Governor's Council over the years. So with that said, John Connors, we're waiting for you to speak, sir. You can sit right up there or stand or do whatever you want.
Well, when I stand, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. I've been told that I can have 2 minutes to speak. It usually takes me three.
It's a man we like.
That half.
It takes me 3 minutes to clear my throat, so.
You just used up all your time.
So it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be before you, and it's an honor to be before you to say a few nice words about my lifelong friend, his lifelong, not mine, Michael Callahan. Just to give you a sense of how long, his dad and I were college classmates. He was a hockey star. I was a spectator.
Where'd you go?
Boston College. And at a time when they accepted 1 out of every 1.01 candidates, by the way. I've known Michael for a long time. He's a very dear friend of my son Kevin, who's 44. They went to Belmont Hill School together. He's just, and I'm just proud to be here to say a few words for him because he's the real deal. He's authentic. He's like the kind of people you're attracted. He's a good human being. He's a good family man. He's a caring attorney, counsel. And when you're with him, you just feel better about yourself. Excuse me, am I standing in your way, counsel? If I am, I apologize. So, hello. I'm here speaking on his behalf. I've been given 45 minutes and I'm just kicking.
Just warming up.
The car accident, so I was stuck behind it, so, yeah.
Sorry. So I've watched him as a student. I've watched him as an athlete. His entire family was involved in hockey. And so it was decided at birth that he would be a hockey player, which explains why he became a football player. Because he's an independent thinker and he's been that way all his life. Great family man, great in the town that he serves as a coach, as a friend, gets involved, and great as an attorney. Just a caring person, the kind that, as I mentioned, you'd like to be around. So I'm all in. Again, my name is Jack Connors Jr., and I used to be somebody.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what used to do.
You're welcome. Next is Richard Eustace, First Justice of the Milford District Court. One of our finer votes.
Stay right there.
You should sit right in that chair there, Judge. That's the original governor's chair.
I have timed my remarks, having often been guilty of the phrase.
Say that a judge can never just speak for 2 minutes.
I used 2 words from 2018. Thank you, counselors. I have told you all individually and as a group many times, I feel like every conversation I ever have with you should start and end with thank you. I'll always appreciate the support and confidence that you've extended to me. When Supreme Court Justice nominee Neil Gorsuch was at his confirmation hearing, he was asked what he predicted he'd be remembered for in terms of his contribution to the law. He replied, "When I think of the many judges far greater than I already forgotten by history, I doubt I'll be remembered at all. But if I am, I'd hope that I'm remembered simply as a good father and husband." We spend so much of our lives building our professional resume. Anyone sent to you in this special room with the governor's confidence surely has a good one. And Attorney Mike Callahan is no exception. His time as a prosecutor has taught him the real duty of the public prosecutor is to seek justice, not convictions. His work as a defense attorney has taught him the challenges and honor of being the sole advocate who stands with a criminal defendant against all the world. He's carried the weight of the life-changing collateral consequences that can inure to a criminal defendant placed in your charge. He has civil experience, which many newly appointed judges do not. He's had a front row seat to a longer view of justice for both defendants and victims through his work on the parole board. His resume makes him certainly qualified to sit in this seat. But that's not what will make him a good judge. The people in this room are. They are. Judges sit in the highest seat in a courtroom, furthest away from the litigants. We're physically distant, but the best judges aren't apart from those in the courtroom at all. They see themselves in the lawyer that isn't having their best day or week. They remember the stress of having every client look to you to solve their problems. And they know that those lawyers have lives and challenges of their own thrown at them too. The best judges treat them with patience and respect. The best judges see their own children and the young adult before them that's made a mistake. Their tone and their words they use make sure that young adult knows they're cared for and that a mistake made in youth is not the end of their story. They see their parents in the litigant hardened by years. They see a family member in the litigant struggling with mental illness. They see their brothers and sisters and everyone who appears before them, because the truth is they are all, in fact, our brothers and sisters. The best judges understand that kindness is not weakness. Kindness is our mandate. Kindness is strength. Mike Callahan is the best dad I know. There's nothing he wouldn't do for his kids. He encourages them. He supports them. He loves them unconditionally. That deep reservoir of love will walk into court each day with him. Mike is fiercely loyal to his wife, Allison. He is her rock, and she is his. I've never heard him in word or action, or even a passing joke, disrespect her in any way. He reveres her. Their marriage rests on a rock foundation of unshakable integrity. That integrity will sit in court with him every day. Mike speaks often in awe of his mom and dad, and his brothers and sisters. There's a lot of them. And with good reason. They're all very impressive and truly good people, and a piece of them will go to the bench every day with Mike. What will Judge Mike Callahan be remembered for? Maybe some great legal holding for the history books, collecting dust on a bookshelf someday. But I think more likely, and far more importantly, he'll be remembered for fairness, compassion, integrity, and kindness. And none of those come from a resume. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the great honor of allowing me to serve as Associate Justice of the District Court. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
You tell you're an author. You speak. I had to remind my friend Judge Barretto that he was not the only one that get published on this.
He's a very good man.
He was very disappointed.
He's a better writer than me.
How about that? But I haven't read his book yet, but I have it. You're doing a great job. We appreciate your comments. They obviously mean a lot.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy.
Coming in.
It's an honor to be here to see all of you.
Yes.
Nice to see you again.
It's so nice to see you.
You don't have to thank me for my vote. I thank you for applying and thank you for the service that you give us. Tell me, the witness is the person that we want to find out what you know about the nominee. Tell me, in your years that you've observed him, what do you believe is the greatest strength that he will bring to the bench?
Integrity. Integrity. I remember talking to Mike before one of his interviews about how, you're going to be asked, is there anything out there that could be a problem, that could be a source of embarrassment? And without hesitation, he said, boy, if they look deep into my background, they're going to be pretty bored. He is and has always been just a man of the highest integrity.
Thank you. It's that's quite a tribute for you to speak on his behalf. Thank you for coming.
It's always my honor to see you.
Judge, I also thank you for the way you have behaved on the bench. A lot of times counselors that go to court, like Mr. Kennedy and I, we hear from lawyers about judges that we voted on. So I have never heard one bad word about you. The time you got. And that's pretty impressive because our system is very critical of everybody. There's always somebody critical of us. So no criticism of you.
You'll never have anybody in this room luckier than me, and I can tell you, I won't forget that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On Green High, wow, did I pronounce that right?
Greenhalgh.
Yeah, Greenham, yeah. Associate Justice of the District Court.
I am
Good to see you again.
Good morning, everyone. I will say I am luckier than Judge Eustace. There is someone luckier in this way.
Say ditto if you.
Now, when were you,
So I am an Associate Justice. I was sworn in on March 28th. I was before you in Mike's seat on March 16th. And so if, counselors, if you hear your ears ringing every morning, it's because Jackie Greenhalgh is thanking you every morning when she gets in the car to drive to work.
okay, so in this chamber, we strictly adhere to the law of brevity.
We'll be brief.
Go ahead.
Before I was sworn in as an Associate Justice of the District Court, I worked at Gould and Ettenberg. As you can see, Mr. Ettenberg is here today, and I just want to say to him briefly, no, I'm not coming back. It's a done deal, and I'm here to stay. So I met Mike about 4 years ago. He came into Worcester, into our office where he started his own law firm, and at Gould and Ettenberg, we are a family. So when I heard we're bringing someone new in that's going to start his own practice here. We weren't hesitant, but as a family, we're like, okay, how's this going to work? So Mike came in, and I didn't know him at all before he came to the office. And the first thing I noticed about him when he came in was that every day he had a smile on his face. He had a smile, he was considerate, he was engaging with all of us in the office. He talked to us every morning, wanted to know what was going on, and he is and was just very kind, and that struck me right away when he came into the office, that he is a kind gentleman. In my brief 8 months on the district court, I'm not going to talk about Mike's qualifications because he's tried hundreds of trials. And Peter and I both know that when we had a legal question, we went to Mike. I'm going to talk about his demeanor in the office, out of the office, and how that will relate to him as a judge on the bench. We go through a wonderful training in the first 30 days, but there's nothing that can really train you for that first day when you walk out onto the bench, when the door opens and they do the cry and the court officer says, all rise, and all of a sudden that entire courtroom, and Judge Eustace can attest to this, is looking at you. And for the first time, I think, as I stood there and everyone was looking at me, I kind of went, there must be something going on behind me, because why is everyone looking at me? So when I sat down, I learned quickly, and it's not something that someone teaches you. I learned quickly in that courtroom that all eyes are on you, and you are the voice for that courtroom, and you set the tone, not just with the court officers, not just with the clerk, with the other staff in the courtroom, but with the lawyers, and more importantly, with the defendants, the litigants that are there. You set the tone. And having known Mike now for 4 years and seeing a smile on his face every day, and seeing how thoughtful he is, how kind he is, especially in this world that we're living in now, kindness is a virtue, and Mike has it. Seeing how kind he is to other lawyers, to clerks, to court officers, to his clients, that is something that goes a long way on the bench. You are setting the tone for that courtroom. There's nothing worse, and I think we all know, and Judge Eustace can attest to this also, than walking into a courtroom when you were a lawyer and seeing that, for whatever reason, the judge just was not in a good mood that day. It really brought things down in the courtroom, and it brought things down for the people that are there, the defendants, the litigants that are there. And having known Mike for 4 years now, and having seen him walk in with that smile on his face, the kindness he gave not to us in the office, but to all his clients, goes a long way on the bench. As we all know from his resume, he is more than qualified. He's tried cases as a defense attorney, he's tried cases as a prosecutor, but more importantly, we can all learn the law. We can all read the book of evidence when something comes, across us as we're sitting up there if we don't know the answer. But what we can't learn is kindness. And Mike comes to this position with kindness every day, listening to his clients, as I said, listening to the court officers, being thoughtful and considerate of everyone. And that I've learned in my brief 8 months on the bench, that goes a long way in the courtroom and sets the tone and is in my opinion, is the most important thing for a judge to have. And Mike Callahan definitely has that. I'm proud to call you my friend, Mike, and I'd be even prouder to call him my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. How you doing at the bench? You came at a difficult time during the pandemic.
I did, and it's fantastic. And as some of my colleagues that have been on the bench for a while, they've asked me, are you ever going to stop smiling? And the answer is no.
That's great. Well, that was my proud vote. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Now tell me, could you give me one adjective to describe this nominee?
Compassionate. Compassionate in everything he does. In dealing with us in the office, I know he has 4 children at home. He also has 2 dogs and a cat. So the fact that he had a smile on his face every morning when he walked in, I first said to myself, well, his Allison must be doing everything. But then I learned that Mike was up at 5 a.m. taking everyone to hockey practice and making lunches, and still came in and was kind and compassionate to everyone.
Yeah, I saw compassion. That was very. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank
It's
you.
good to see you.
It's great to be here in this seat and not so much in this seat.
So Kennedy,
Sitting judge.
I've been sitting in Region 5, so I've spent a lot of time in Fitchburg. I've spent some time in Worcester and a lot of time in Dudley. Dudley. I've done a number of trials. Surprisingly, in the 7 months, I've probably done at least 10 trials, and I'm probably on a 12th jury trial tomorrow. I have a jury trial already. Yes.
Yeah, you'll have thousands by the time you're done.
Hope so.
Just be a blur. I hear you're doing a great job. I haven't seen you out there. I haven't been getting out there too much lately, but.
It's a great place to practice. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
People like to tell me their opinion about nominees coming through Worcester County. And I always ask, they usually with a complaint, and I say, who are the good ones?
Thank you.
For folks who have joined the bench.
That was the prosecutor's list, though, right?
Thank you.
so I heard that, maybe it's true or not, but I heard that there's been so many judges made out of Peter Edinburgh's office that he's got a list of 500 people wanting to apply for the firm.
Well, if Mr. Callahan's office is empty, I'm sure the rent is going up quite a bit, considering what's come out of Goulds and Edinburgh. And I wouldn't be here if not for him.
Sit over here. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all.
So, anybody here in opposition? Anybody here in opposition? I hear none. So, why don't you tell us briefly why we should vote for you, and you can introduce the people you brought if you.
Sure. I'll start to my right. Over there is my sister, Maura Callahan, her husband, Doug Lewison. To my next on my right is Judge Michael Coyne, formerly of the Boston Municipal Court, who I, starting in my first year in 2005 in the DA's office, I've probably tried dozens of cases, it seems like. Probably the longest and most painful of his that he probably remembers. But, and obviously Jackie Greenhaw, who you've met. Peter Edinburgh, who I've been sharing office, I've rented office space from for the last 4.5 years. And I got to know prior to that, as we were both members of the Sentencing Commission. And he has been a tremendous mentor, supporter, and so on. Jackie mentioned that they come to me for legal questions. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to his office and Jackie's office, or Judge Greenhaw's office, excuse me, with the phrase, "Do you have a minute? I have a guy." Thank you very much. And so I thank him for everything that he's done. And just as a side note, about 3 months after I started at with Gould and Ettenberg, so to speak, I learned that he was from Belmont, Massachusetts. And I said, "You're probably too young." But my grandfather taught at Belmont High School for about 40, 45 years. He was head of the math department. He said he never heard of him. So the next day he came in with his yearbook and he said, "He was my math teacher and my tennis coach." So, small world that came full circle. This is my wonderful, beautiful wife, Allison, and also my business partner and my boss and CEO of my life. This is my second daughter, Ainsley, who is 12 and in the 7th grade. This is my daughter, Madeline, who's currently 13. She'll remind you in 3 weeks, she'll be 14, going on 18. And this is my mother, Joan Callahan, and my father, Jack Callahan. My sister, Linda, and her husband, Tom. And then, of course, you've met Mr. Connors, who has been a lifelong friend of my family, and his son, Kevin, is one of my closest friends since the time we started. And Judge Eustace.
So give us your,
I promised you brevity. So I would like to start by expressing my deepest gratitude to Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for instilling the trust and confidence in me by putting forth my nomination. I'm forever grateful to them. Thank you to Chief Legal Counsel Bob Ross, attorneys Lauren Petrino Green, and attorney Emily Gauthier for their assistance throughout this process and guiding me in terms of how I'm supposed to go, as well as everyone at the JNC and Joint Bar Committee for reviewing my application and considering my qualifications. And a special thank you to Valerie McCarthy, who helped me in terms of getting ready for today over the last couple of weeks. Thank you to Chair Jumonville and each and member of this council for taking the time to consider my application, the questionnaire, and all of the paperwork that goes with it. Special thank you for taking the time to speak with me either in person or over the phone over the last 2 weeks. It's very much appreciated. I reviewed a number of hearings, and it sounds cliche, and I thought I was original until I watched them, and I'm here today because of the people in my life, my friends and my family. Some are here and some are not. A special thank you to Jack Connors, Rich Eustace, and Jackie Greenhaw for their supportive testimony today. I am humbled and grateful that you would take valuable time with your busy schedules, especially with this weather and traffic, to testify in support of my nomination. It means more than I can say. I want to thank, before I make a sitcom-worthy mistake, I want to thank my wife of 14 years, Allison, also my business partner. I met her in 2005 while we both employed as assistant district attorneys at Suffolk County. It only took me 6 months after meeting to convince her to go out on a first date, and only through my persistence and her compassion for a poor soul was there a second. I love you and truly blessed for all the ways you have supported me in this process and every day since we met. Most of all, I'm thankful for the mother and spouse that you are. There are two that are not here, John and Ronan, who are 7 and 4. They are not here in an effort to keep this an orderly assembly, although Ronan would have the most to say, my 4-year-old, than anyone else in this room. Thank you to my siblings, always there to love, support, and always keep me grounded, reminding me I am the 7th and the youngest boy. To my parents here today, they have always been models of faith, honesty, strength of character, education, perseverance, discipline, work ethic, and compassion. It is because of them that I was able to have the education and support to be here. In first grade, I was diagnosed with learning disabilities. I tell you this because it was the first instance that I recall of advocacy. My mother and father made it their mission to ensure that I had the education I needed. As a child having difficulty learning to read, it was through my mother's advocacy and patience that I became a voracious reader and learner. Ultimately, my parents taught me to believe that I could achieve whatever success I desired. Any challenges and obstacles I encountered along the way simply changed the path and effort needed to get there. I have been blessed with an extraordinary education with teachers and mentors, coaches, friends. Professionally, I was blessed with great opportunities to learn and grow professionally, made possible by great mentors at the Suffolk DA's office, Mullen and McGurty, Parole, and lastly, in my current role with my law firm. All of these people and opportunities in my life allow me to find a vocation, allowing me to pursue a career with a purpose and love. I believe these educational and personal experiences combined with the professional experience that you have before you in my application, which I believe make me an excellent match as a district court judge. The majority of my career has been practicing the district and municipal courts as a prosecutor and defense attorney. My interest in applying for this position was best encompassed in my education at Boston College, where we learned that men and women for others, introduced by Father Pedro Arrupe out of Spain in the 1970s. To me, it signified that we are called to act both for justice and injustice, against injustice, that we must never stop striving for better understanding of each other. We must never stop learning. We must act with sincerity and humility, that this work is difficult, and that we must treat people with respect and love. When we find ourselves empowered to act, we must do so with conscience, intelligence, and purpose of supporting not ourselves, but those men and women around us in need of justice. And I believe the district court, in my seeking the district court position to serve others, is a perfect match. The judges in those courts have a chance to make a difference and hopefully prevent an individual from spiraling and or from getting stuck in the criminal justice system. Every person must be treated with dignity and empathy, and as the individual they are. I endeavor to be a judge where everyone is heard and treated with respect, dignity, and empathy. I will rely on my application for the remainder. I'm not looking to restate what I had already presented to you. And I thank you for your thoughtful consideration of my application. I apologize for getting emotional. No one's going to expect that from a former football player, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Councilor Devaney. Your time starts now.
It's great to see you again.
Thank you for all the time you afforded me. I appreciate that.
It's good to get to know you.
First of all, I'm really interested in so many murders, you know, people being killed at parades and buses and everything else. I'm very concerned about the gun court that you've been involved in, and you've been a prosecutor in gun. Tell us about that, and what kind of recommendations did you make when you were in that position?
So the gun court, we call it the gun prosecution task force. That's actually a number of the cases I had there went before Judge Coyne as motions to suppress and trials. It was created in an effort to increase the time or decrease the time from arraignment to disposition. While we were there, it was anywhere from 120 to 140 days. Those cases were difficult. It provided us with an opportunity to quickly evaluate what the cases, whether we could prove the cases, whether the evidence was collected legally quite quickly, and then we moved on. At the time, my understanding, it was created by the district attorney, Dan Conley, as well as in conjunction with the Chief Justice of the Boston Municipal Court and whatnot. And it really, we focused on those cases. We had a lower case number, and it got guns off the street, which is probably the most important piece. And I think, the old saying is, justice delayed is justice denied, and the cases were not delayed at all.
You applied 2 years ago. Tell me about that process. What happened?
The first time I applied, I had an interview with the JNC, and then some period of time after that, I was notified that the application was not to proceed from there. And, so then I applied this time in February.
But you went before the JNC.
I did have an interview with them.
Yeah, right. How many of the JNC were there this time when you?
Which this most recent time?
Yeah, recently.
Probably 11, 12.
Yeah. Well, this chair does something different in this administration. He has never had 21 lawyers who have the awesome responsibility to be there at the hearing, to hear the nominee and to ask questions. So I don't know why that's allowed, but it is. But so tell me, you have experience in also being the counsel for the parole board. How does that help you in being a judge from that knowledge? What did you learn? What did you do? Was there any improvements? Because there's a lot of improvements that need to be done right now there.
I haven't been there.
Yeah, that's been a while.
It's been a while, so I can't speak to what improvements it done. So my time at the parole board, I learned a lot about rehabilitation. I really wrapped my head around what they did and what the mission was in terms of that. Unfortunately, when I first got there, there were layoffs, so a lot of my attention was how to legally do this and make sure it's done fairly and appropriately and by the law through the collective bargaining agreement and the Massachusetts laws in terms of how that goes. And again, it's just another piece of, because also you deal with disciplinary issues and whatnot. It's just another piece of hearing, of treating people fairly, whether through employment actions or whatnot, and also learning about rehabilitation and the programming that they go through while in custody and what it takes to rehabilitate and ready to address their criminogenic needs before re-entering society.
When you were chief of the Dorchester Division of the Boston Municipal Court, you supervised and trained prosecutors.
I did.
So tell me, from that experience, do you feel that makes you a better judge that you've had that experience?
That's been a tremendous experience because, well, first of all, I guess you sat and you went over the cases with them. I guess you could call it workshopping the cases with them before they went forward, whether it be motions to suppress, jury trial, bench trial, going through, valuing the cases. This is what we're looking for, looking at evidentiary issues and how to make sure we treat people fairly. And a lot of that I gained invaluable experience there in terms of just numbers. It's a very busy court with varying types of cases. It also gave me a great opportunity in terms of becoming a judge. I worked very closely with Clerk Owens, at the time Chief Probation Officer Bernie Fitzgerald, and at the time First Justice Judge Miller. We used to have department head meetings probably once a month with CPCS as well, and Attorney Hurley from the Bar Advocate Program, just to go over how we can improve things. So I had a great eye on seeing how what I would consider a very well-run court, how it operated.
I saw compassion in you when we met and we talked for hours. And I was interested in your involvement as a bar advocate representing the indigent. And That's a wonderful thing. Tell us about that, and tell us about some of those cases and how they resulted.
Well, it's a little bit different because obviously I have a private practice, but I also am the bar advocate. And when you go in and you're representing people that have challenges that you couldn't even possibly imagine. And in my opening statement, I went through and I know that I have advantages and that they never even had, whether it's without parents or they have substance abuse issues and mental health issues, which are the two biggest issues we have in our court system. And so frequently they haven't had anyone ever speak up for them. It was in the first couple of months that I was there that I probably had 2 or 3 clients with significant records, quite frankly. And they came to me, and they're a little bit skeptical when they say you've been appointed their attorney, because they've had them before and they've been disappointed. And a couple of them said to me, I've never had anyone stand up for me like that before. And powerful.
Well, I liked what you said when you said that you sympathize with their plight and you finally gave them a voice. So do you have a follow-up on any of them?
Sure.
Successes that we've seen?
Sure. Well, you get the fail, you know when they fail because they'll call you and say, I have a problem. And you do your best to help them there. But I recently was connected with a client that I had. He had OUI second, and he was charged with aggravating factors because there was a child in the car. And when we started the case, DCF, because of the case, had moved the child, who was in DCF custody, because the mother of the child had overdosed and died. They informed him that at that point the child would be placed in the adoption, up for adoption. He was struggling with his sobriety. He had overcome heroin addiction, but now he had an issue with alcohol. By the end of the case, he was clean, he was sober, and he had moved from child coming off the adoption list to him getting supervised visits, to unsupervised visits, to weekend visits, and he now has full custody of that child. And he's doing really well. And I was texting with him, quite frankly, this past weekend or so.
So, in your writing, and you write very well, I always notice that, and you talked about, well, it was a support of a defendant's motion to dismiss, and again, it was about a loaded firearm. So tell us about that writing.
So this was, this one was particular, it was with the stun gun. And there were a couple of issues one, it was the legislature in an effort, there was a case that came down that said stun guns don't fit into the 10A. And so they created a special exception to it and puts the stun gun in there. It was my contention in this that it really doesn't legally fit. And I lost this motion, but I know, I think it was attorney Darren Griffin, who wrote a similar motion. I think it's pending in the SJC right now, but I'm looking to Peter because I know he'll have the answer. He always has the answer. So it was pretty early on. I think when I wrote this motion, I had just probably only been a defense attorney for a couple of months, and it was pretty new to me. And obviously I knew Chapter 269, 10A, coming from the gun court cold, and I was kind of surprised it's not gun. It would fall for 18 months in the House of Correction.
Looking back at those cases, is there one that will always stand out in your mind that you'll always remember was a successful, or maybe it was a disappointment?
There's so many different cases in it that I've had, and it's never the facts of the case or the unique law it's always the people you remember. I had prosecuted originally was called in as a motor vehicle homicide. Fortunately, the poor girl survived, but had significant cognitive issues, and her head was split from the tip of her nose all the way to the back of her head. Long story short, we were able to get very good evidence going through the grand jury. We were able to, it was charged in the district court, and in lieu of indictment, we came to an amicable, an agreement. So we pled out in the Boston Municipal Court. And in conjunction, obviously, I consulted with everybody, including the victim, her parents. She was a senior at Boston College, pre-med bio major, doing very well, and was her senior spring, or the winner of her senior spring, I should say, second semester. We agreed upon this disposition, and her parents were there, and it was tragic. This young man was going to do some time in the House of Correction with probation afterwards, and at the end of the course, it was with Judge, at the time, Attorney Judicial, and he and I were walking out of the courtroom, and the two families were ahead of us, and suddenly they were confronting each other, and he and I looked at each other. We don't know what's going to happen, and the two mothers started.
Excuse me, it's the 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Councilor Ionello, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Well, we had a nice conversation. I think you're an ideal candidate.
Sure.
You have the criminal background, you're assistant DA, civil side, long attorney. Sides. You work in government, you work in private practice.
Excuse me, Councilor DeBaney, please.
Thank you. You know, in your private practice.
Yes, sir.
So you understand if, you know, we've got a couple of lawyers here, we've got more than a couple, but Joe Kennedy there, multiple courts all the time. So if somebody comes before you and wants a continuance, I'm a big fan of, I want to make sure there won't be an issue with a Judge Callahan and not an issue with continuances.
No, I don't like the words always and never, but I am to think of a time where I'd say no.
Okay, and another thing, it doesn't happen often, but there's a couple of judges that we all know. If you want to continue and say you have a case on December 8th, and they'll say, okay, come in December 4th, why did the motion be held on?
I think it actually can be done administratively,
I would hope so.
especially in this day and age. I think if anything good came out of COVID, it's the use of Zoom. If there, for some reason, other parties objecting to but no, I think it'd be done by, quite frankly, I can think it'd be done by a clerk, but that's.
Well, that's good. So I love your background. I love
Thanks.
sport private practice. I have a question. Boston College, Suffolk Law, similar to you.
Yes, sir.
I graduated a few years after you. Big deal. I probably missed 2 or 3 home games in all those years. I get there early, I stay as long as I can. Disappointed me. What are they, 3-7? How do we know they had a big win last week?
Progress is not always a straight line.
We have a long way to go.
We do.
But no, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Attorney fellow Tracy called me, very, very close to mine. Yeah, got Judge Corn, he got, I was gonna forget. There's no. He and I go way back. Mixed reporters of the office. I wish you the best. Julian Bell, another one, as soon as your name came before us, he called, he said, this guy Callahan is really. You say so. But yeah, no problem with me.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Duff.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Had a great talk about BC and football and my family and friends that have played there. We were really good when my cousin was on the team. Anyway, I have a few questions to ask. As you know, the Pro Board is one of the things that I am most interested in. And have felt very strongly and been very vocal about how grossly mismanaged it's been in the last 8 years. And you were a major part of that. I guess the first question is, why did you leave the agency?
Sure. So a number of reasons. I wanted to do defense work eventually, and I thought that was a good time. The criminal justice reform bill had just come down, and if I was going to stay, I think it would have been appropriate for me to stay through the implementation of that. And so I thought that was an appropriate time. At that point, I knew I didn't want to be a parole board member of the, in terms of that application. And I thought, you always step back. I wanted to be eventually a judge at some point, and I thought I really wanted to get back in the courtroom.
So there were no conflicts with people there at all, because that's not what they say. That's not what
I don't know who they.
it's not what some of the trustful people say, but that's okay, because that's part of your crew. You were the driving force behind the firing and the removal of a lot of the long-term beloved staff. As Marilyn knows, she's talked a lot about Abby, whoever. And you were the person that walked them out the door. You were the person that let them go. You let go a woman who was a long-term beloved person who was actually in the middle of adopting a kid out of DCF. And the whole adoption was derailed because she was unemployed, and the kid, at-risk kid, stayed there because of you. And repeatedly, you kept telling people the reason they were being let go was because the agency was going in a different direction. What was the different direction? These were long-term, successful, beloved people.
So it's hard to get into specifics when.
I need specifics.
Sure. So obviously the chairman is the one that directs the direction of the parole board. And I worked at whoever the chair at that point in time.
So it was Chairman Tressler that was directing these removals of people personally?
Well, it's his call, yeah.
He was no, I want you on the record that Chairman Tressler had these people removed who had been there a long time, some of them about to max out their pensions, some of them about to retire. And even, so whatever her name is, walked out after being held over, walked out on New Year's Eve.
So I was not.
That let them go.
I wouldn't say that I was the executive director, yes. So I was not there when Lucy Soto, I think you're referring to parole board member Soto Abbey, is that correct?
Yeah.
I was not.
The person that removed her.
I was not there. I had already been gone.
All right, good. Thank you for correcting me.
I was not there. In terms of the vast majority of the people that, in terms of that left the agency while I was there, was pursuant to a layoff, which.
Yeah, I know.
And that was
really, let's be real, that was a purging from this administration of people they felt were loyal to other people, and they were replaced because the agency under this governor became fatter than ever, with the parole board members doing less work. So was that the direction that Governor Baker, under directing Chairman Tressler, just really wanted to eliminate these lifelong, some of them union employees, people who lost their jobs, who were really, really good at them and dedicated to the agency. It did endless damage, not just to them. The good people were picked up immediately by other government agencies, which was basically every single one of them. But the morale, this was the beginning of the end of morale. And people, every one of them to a one, Mr. Callahan, have said to me, you were the driving force behind it. You would show up at jails and prisons to make sure people were doing their job. Why wouldn't they be doing? It was, I won't tell you what your nickname was, but it's not flattering. So the direction was coming from Chairman Tressler, and he was getting it from the governor. Is that it? Because what was the different direction? There's one thing to say, listen, we're culling down because we need to save money. And so we're letting people go and you're being laid off. That's not what people were told. People were told repeatedly, we're going in a different direction. And then those jobs were filled with other people. So what was the other direction? I mean, I just want honesty.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Because there was not compassion. There is not one person in that agency today that will speak of you as someone with compassion. Not one. And believe me, I can show you texts from people I've never met I can show you emails, and other people have had phone calls from people. And they were not treated with kindness or compassion. They were walked out the door, and it was cruel. And you repeatedly, your name comes up as part of that cruelty. So I want to know, what was the different direction?
So with regards to the people that there was a layoff, I cannot speak to Chairman Stressler's conversations with the governor or not, or where that came from, because I was not.
You said they were going in a different direction. What was the different?
With different leadership, there are only two people that I know of that were let go that were not from a layoff, which you don't choose who gets picked on a layoff. That is done by the collective bargaining agreements and mass general laws. And you do that in conjunction with the unions. You say, here's the list we have in terms of seniority and what we think complies with, like I said, the general laws and the collective bargaining.
Okay.
I don't know how much I can really get into in terms of personnel discussions, but I think the chairman decided that he wanted a different leadership.
So the chairman didn't like these people and he wanted his own.
I think he wanted different leaders. Yeah.
That's the answer. And I mean, that's what you just said.
Yeah, that's how I would. No, I think that's fair.
That's what I thought. Because he was a terrible leader. He was a terrible chair. Horrible. Negligent. The agency was sued more times under this administration, the Parole Board, than ever before, and suits that were won because they were pretty bad, pretty egregious. Why did you repeatedly change the schedule? Go in personally and change the schedule when staffers who are assigned to make the schedule made it, and then you would go and send people to places that they really didn't belong in, so it would be more convenient for it really, over and over and over, staff. And my information comes from staff, little people, said that you clearly showed favoritism to different people, and you would send some people geographically places that were really not places they should be, where other people would get to go because they wanted to, and it was convenient for them. Why would the general counsel have anything to do with the schedule? That literally makes no sense.
I don't think I was the general counsel. The executive director at that time.
With the executive director.
And as the
to me.
so the
Why did the executive director meddle in something so basic as the schedule?
I met with all of the parole board members when I was named the executive director.
You gave them what your favorites wanted, because
That's not
wasn't what is.
That's not what I was going to say.
Isn't what the statute is meant to do.
So some of them had said that they were not getting where they wanted to be, and my goal was to make sure that they all were equally. They were sharing, you know.
It's set up graphically. So, and there's a reason for that, but this is why putting people in the parole board that don't know anything about parole is a problem, because then it becomes this whole other thing.
But geographically, there were multiple people in the same region. And so that's why one of the things I did is, instead of having the parole board members come back to Natick at the end of the day, they can go to the as if they choose.
That's not what was happening, and you and I both.
Well, that's what
happened, and you and I know that, and everyone who works at Parole knows that.
I did my best to be fair. Okay.
So, I guess my final question is: do you regret how you treated staff at the Parole Board?
I think I did my best to be as fair and compassionate as I could.
Are you going to treat people in the courts the same way you treated people at the Parole Board?
I'm going to treat people with, as I described, with compassion and empathy, and I think my witnesses spoke to that today.
Not interested in what your witnesses said. Honestly, they did their job and they did it really well. They're here to tell you that you're terrific. You're really a bright guy, and there's many things I like about you that we talked about. But at the end of the day, it comes to me, people who sit in your chair, not just you, but how they treat people. in how they treat the little guy, in the lower staffer, in the person who doesn't have a college degree, who has dedicated their life to an agency. And those people are the people that I try to be a voice for. And I don't know these people, frankly. I don't know that I've ever met one of them. But the stories are breathtaking, shocking, scandalous. And they're true because these lawsuits that have cost the Commonwealth hundreds of thousands of dollars show that. There is a record of it. And so my concern is not this, that you have the right political connections because of who's in this room today. I know that. I know you're sitting in that chair because of your political connections. I know that. I understand that, and I accept that. I accept that it's the end of the governor's term, and he's going to put in who he wants. He's told us he's going to take care of his people. I get it. It's politics. I get it. And it doesn't mean that you wouldn't be a good judge. But the record I have in front of me of you working at an agency where people are, which is so important and treated as the stepchild of the criminal justice system, is so awful that I am really concerned about who you really are as a person. And I can hear all of this stuff, but the proof is not in the pudding. It's just not there. And so I compel you because I'm sure you have the political sway and I'm sure you have the votes to become a judge. I'm sure of it. But I compel you to really think about the people in the courthouses and the staff and how you treat them. Because your reputation, sir, for how you treat people, unfortunately, is not what has been reflected by the esteemed witnesses you've had today. I'm sorry to say that, and I'm sorry to say it in front of your family and friends, but it is true. And it's disturbing. It's really disturbing. Someone has to stick up for the worker. Someone has to stick up for the little guy. I mean, you've heard me, these guys have heard me over and over. I mean, the stories of people coming out of this parole board who sat in front of us, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable, some of the things they've done to people. But anyway, I'm finished. Thank you.
Got one more minute?
It's all right, I'm good.
Can I have that minute on the mic?
No. Counselor Kennedy.
Good morning, Counselor.
You said that when you were a young prosecutor, you basically started practicing in front of Judge Coyne.
I did.
As a prosecutor, you didn't win very much then.
I learned a lot by being in front of him.
One of the,
Mine, I don't think it's a.
things that Judge Tressler said to me when he applied for his judge was that he wanted to be the next Michael Coyne, which to me is the standard for a great judge. And I don't need him anymore. He's gone. So I don't see I need him. And Judge Tressler has become the next Michael Coyne in the BMC. He's somebody everybody wants to be in front of. He's doing a great job. There's a lot of compassion and very, very nice to everybody in the room. The defendant, a defense lawyer, a prosecutor, a clerk, whoever it is. And is what I describe as a user-friendly judge. Are you going to be the Michael Coyne of the Uxbridge District Court?
If I am, I will consider it a very successful tenure. I would hope to be.
No. You know that we have a lot of judges that have a reputation in the prosecution. Every single one of them says, no, right down the middle. We're going to follow as I see it. Well, if they see it might be pro-prosecution on a regular basis or pro-defendant on a regular basis, right? You know what I'm talking about. You've been in court.
I understand.
Right? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Where does Michael Callahan, where's he going to fall?
Well, the law is pro-defendant. The law is pro-defendant. Beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, the burden is on the Commonwealth, and they need to be held to that burden. So I would.
I like the fact that you spent the last 4 years in private practice, because you get a completely different perspective on what goes on than if you're just a prosecutor.
I learned a lot. Years.
You learn about how, well, you learn about how to run a practice and pay bills and hustle for a buck.
Yes, sir.
I've been doing now for 39 years, and I'm hoping to make one someday. But you also learn about the impact that you get simple conviction, most offense driving under conviction can have on someone's life, and not just for them, but for their families, and their ability to support their families, to maintain employment, to keep their apartment, won't pay their mortgage. You don't have a license. Pretty hard to work in this day and age. And I'm glad that I think that you figured that out. I'm not sure prosecutors do.
I agree with that.
You know,
I can see, well, I can't speak for everyone, but
some do, but and a lot of them think they do. That they understand it, but you don't until you're standing there with someone who's put complete faith in you that you're going to help them out of a very difficult situation in their life. Right. And you can see the ripple effect. So I like that. There's issues going on with bench trials. Bench trials because I don't have time for a lot of jury trials. Sometimes you have to. Usually it's because I'm in front of one of those prosecution-friendly judges. How are you going to be on bench trials? Are you going to be, that you walk in the court, you're representing a defendant. I assume you've done a lot of defense work in the last 4.5 years. And you look up and you say, who do I got here? I got Eustace today? I think I'll go bench. Maybe Judge Mehta will go bench, but as a defense lawyer is going to walk into Judge Callahan's courtroom with a weak OUI case for the Commonwealth. Mm-hmm. Is he going to be able to look up and say, "Oh, good, I can go bench"?
I would hope so. I hope I am that someone that they feel comfortable that.
Okay.
The Commonwealth can't meet their burden. I'm
not telling you to throw every case out. Don't get me.
But if the Commonwealth can't meet their burden, I want.
You know that in district court, a lot of the cases that run through the district courts just aren't that serious. A lot, right? And a lot of them aren't necessarily strong cases for the Commonwealth. And if every weak case of the district court went jury, what do you think would happen?
The court system would shut down or slow down to a crawl. Would slow down to a crawl.
Grind to a halt. You have to have bench trials to make things work. The system would fall apart. We had a long talk on the phone. You answered all my questions. I didn't go to Boston College undergrad, but I went to BC Law School. I spent most of my time in Father Hanrahan's office. That's a different issue. He was the dean of students. I know he's a good guy. But I'll vote. I'm going to be voting for you next week.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Councilor. I've taken over the comfortable chair, and it is my turn. Good afternoon or good morning.
Council.
So the plan is Uxbridge District Court?
I believe that's the appointment, but I don't think Judge Lemire is going anywhere.
I want to ask a couple questions of the parole board that don't even overlap with what Councilor Duff's, just while you're here. So 2 questions. First, were there any parole board members at that time from 15 to 18 from Worcester or from the Worcester area?
Let me think about this for a second. There were 2 from Springfield, closest to Worcester, from Natick or Framingham, and then there was one from Hopkinton. So that was the closest one.
That's what I thought too. But
I can't think of any.
As the Worcester counselor here, representing District 7, it's endlessly frustrating to me that I've seen tons of parole board nominees come through, some of them very controversial, and maybe not the best fits. And no one from our second biggest city, which is dealing with real problems and has a lot of these folks entering the community. So that's my comment on that. That wasn't your call, but I was curious while you were there if it was any different. The other question I have about your time on as executive director of the parole board is, while you were there, to your knowledge, how were commutation petitions processed? Like reviewed and processed?
So I started as general counsel for the first 5 months, let's say, whatever that may be. At the time, they were on hold because we did not have the guidelines yet.
Sure. And the clemency guidelines from the governor.
And when I had come, the prior Governor Patrick had issued a number of guidelines, and at the end there was an influx of applications, and so they were
Like at the end of his administration, you mean?
I want to say, I don't want to careful about getting into
For
numbers.
sure, but there was an unusual influx.
There was a huge
That's your memory.
And so they kind of, I think the new guidelines were promulgated
Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to the.
December of January of 16, 17. And I can't.
It's okay.
The time that I was in the general counsel's office, there's nothing that could happen because there was no guidelines.
There was no guidelines, so it was on hold until the governor issued those guidelines. Were there concerns? I don't want to go down this road too far. Were there concerns about timeliness? If there were petitions in, I mean, are they expected to have a response at a certain time?
No, I don't, well, because there's no they're only by the guidelines, I think. I have to double check on that.
Okay, no, it's okay.
I can't say.
This is a point of curiosity for me when we have folks here, because I'm always learning more and more about the parole board. So I think it's most fair to just look at, just kind of extrapolate some more thoughts about things you wrote in your application.
Sure.
And it's the two most basic things. So the first is in response to your former clients and areas in which you've specialized. We've talked about that this morning. You wrote, many of my clients are challenged by substance abuse disorder, mental health issues, and poverty. No doubt that's what's going on in our district courts. So what kind of expertise in like mental health, and I guess as it relates to our court system, how would you categorize your expertise in mental health?
Well, I'm certainly not a forensic psychologist.
Sure.
But I've represented quite a number of.
Few judges are. I don't know of judges who are.
So I've represented a number of clients who certainly competency was an issue as recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago, right before my nomination came in. And certainly criminal responsibility. I've dealt with a number of cases with cognitive issues, substance use disorder is certainly.
So the clients you've dealt with, on either side of things, how are those issues? And this isn't like a trick question or an obvious question from your perspective. Like, how are those issues impacting their journey to land in court?
Well, I mean, directly would be the one word answer. I mean, for the most part, that's why they are.
Right.
Which is the frustrating, challenging part with the system.
Right. And so, but of course, we don't want to say that we're convicting and incarcerating people because of mental health or substance abuse.
No, you're convicting people of the act but what propelled them, what's the criminogenic cause?
Right.
And I would say too often it's mental health or it's substance abuse. And, I've talked to clients and you sit there and say, if they have a record, you say, where in this record were you clean and sober? And the reality is none of their alleged crimes are on their record or while they were clean and sober.
During sober periods.
Yeah. So it's a cause and effect, and you're not necessarily convicting them because of it. You're still convicting them. I mean,
in your chair, in your role in the robe, you're not doing it because of it, but they're there, but for substance abuse is.
I think that's a better, I'm not sure I'm being very artful in my answer to you, but that's.
No, I'm not suggesting you aren't, but that's kind of the bottom line, right? So as a judge, you'd be put in this difficult situation where you're aware of what brought us here, but you have a role to play in fidelity to the law as that comes down. So in your application around discretion, there's the standard things everyone writes fairly impartially, equitably. Around the things you'd consider, you listed mental health as one thing. So given what we just discussed, how is that a part of your discretion in the sentencing phase?
Well, in terms of, let's say, sentencing, you want to make sure that, as I said, criminogenic needs.
Yeah.
You want to make sure they're met. If you're issuing a sentence that does not address the criminogenic needs, rehabilitation is impossible. Or, let me say, severely.
Okay.
So.
Is diversion superior to incarceration in your view?
Of course.
Have you visited?
Incarceration is the last resort.
Sure. Have you visited houses of correction or a state hospital recently?
House of Corrections probably 2 or 3 weeks, probably within a week of my nomination, prior to my nomination. A hospital, certainly in the last year, I think I was down in.
Recently enough.
Yeah, no, I would say.
You have a sense of what happens there. And often it's under-resourced as far as the mental health stuff goes. So as you acknowledge, it's often counterproductive, even for public safety, in my view, unless they're in there for violent acts.
It's a challenge.
I work with children, and I'm very sensitive to brain development as it applies to young adults in our district court. Thank you for sharing today about the learning disability you overcame. A lot of kids, and for noting the supports it took to get you there. A lot of kids with learning disabilities, as I'm sure you're aware, do not get that support. It leads to disengagement in school, and that's the pathway they take to be in district court. And sometimes that disengagement to school also leads to the substance abuse and whatever. But for whatever reason, the disruption to the education and the lack of opportunity it affords lands people in district court.
Of course.
As a district court judge, would you be curious about the educational history of folks before you when you're exercising your discretion?
Absolutely.
Is that something you would ask about, do you think?
Yes, I would.
You have rapid fire duties going on, right? Is that something you think you'd inquire about?
I'm going to want to know about their social history, where they've gone to school, what's their education. I want to know all about that.
Right. And sometimes, as you know, people are not as forthcoming as you were this morning about those things. And that sometimes is why they never got treatment at school in the first place. So it's an interesting thing for you to probe. And I like to think about the composition of the judiciary. I understand my colleagues are telling me I'm going long, although I'm not. Okay. I'm going to exercise my chair prerogative to finish this statement. So I'm curious, I like to think about the broader composition of the judiciary. And someone coming in with what you described today and a sensitivity to that, I think is very valuable as part of the conversations that can go on in the judiciary. And so I do hope that that's something that, because it's part of your personal history, is something you really make efforts to become a part of what we're thinking about. With that, I will cut myself off. Councilor Hurley?
Also, I apologize. I didn't know.
Councilor Hurley, do you have any questions for the nominee? Councilor Hurley is joining us remotely.
Yes,
Good morning, we can hear you, Councilor.
yeah. Morning. We talked at some length, and I guess there's a serious dichotomy between how you were described by your witnesses today and what Counselor Duff had to say. Could you perhaps opine as to what the reason for that was?
It's hard to know without knowing who and what and where and whatnot. But parole was a difficult job. It was a difficult time in the agency. It wasn't really that long. where the parole board, the agency as a whole, had gone through the murder of Officer McGuire by Mr. Sinelli, and then we went through layoffs. So it was a very challenging time. And all I can say is I did my best to be fair, impartial, and treat everyone with dignity. But that's all I can say.
Well, there's the way you think people think about you, the way you think about yourself, and sometimes things are somewhere in the middle, especially when you're talking about somebody losing their livelihood. So, on another subject, what kind of law does your wife and partner practice?
Besides supervising me, she does primarily, she's my lawyer. She's an appellate attorney.
So she does
mostly-
appellate work.
She does.
So there'd be no conflict with her coming before you then?
No.
Okay. All right. If you were to sum up the reason why you wanted to become a judge, what would you say?
I want to help people. Short.
All right. That was short. Do you recognize the difference between helping someone who deserves help, as in a first offender, because the district court is really the court of second chances, and someone who's got a 3-page record for domestic abuse and assault and batteries and other types of violent crimes?
Well, I think in an effort to do justice, I mean, obviously what that looks like is going to differ on a case-by-case basis. And when it's domestic violence, and there's a lot of questions that come into play there. I've both prosecuted and defended those types of cases, and I think I'm sensitive to both sides in terms of what's going on and what the, what's happening there.
Well, the bottom line is, Attorney Callahan,
Yes.
do you have what it takes to recognize when someone needs to be sentenced to jail?
Yes, I do. There is a time when incarceration is appropriate.
When is that?
Well, it's when, quite frankly, when you start looking at violent crime, repeat violent offender, having previously failed probation, and they're just not getting it, and they're continuing a behavior that is such. Or, I'm sure there are instances where someone may have a limited record where the crime is so heinous and disturbing that incarceration may be appropriate. But it's hard for me without seeing specifics about that. But yes, I mean, there are certainly cases and individuals where incarceration is most appropriate.
Okay. And what about bail? When is bail appropriate in your mind?
Certainly if someone has a history of defaults, I don't have a confidence that they're going to appear before the court without a bail. And obviously I have to consider Brandon as well. I have to be sure that they're going to abide by court order, any and all court orders that I issue, including their appearance at a court date.
I've been on the Governor's Council for 6 years, and I've heard an awful lot about the defendants' rights and justice for the defendants.
Yes.
But I hope you don't forget that victims have rights too, and
Absolutely.
that you have to balance the
For-
rights of the victim along with everything else.
For 8 years as a prosecutor, I worked very closely with victims of all sorts of crimes. I'm very sensitive to the fact that they certainly have rights, have a right to be heard, and have a right for their thoughts to be considered in the decisions I make. And they certainly should be protected
right.
in the instances of convictions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hurley.
Thank you, Counselor. And it's important to note that we can be in favor of due process without being against victims' rights, obviously. So I do want to make sure before we get to you, Counselor, that Counselor Ferreira has a chance to ask any questions. Counselor Ferreira is with us remotely.
Thank you. I'm actually out of the country. Can you hear me okay? The reception seems to go in and out.
We can hear you, Counselor.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I will call Mr. Callahan. I will call you this week. I know you left messages for me. I've been traveling, but I did want to hear what the other counselors had to ask and how you responded to that. I have personally received calls positively on your side and they're negative, but they center around the things that Councilor Duff spoke about as well. So I would like to have a conversation with you later next week if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
forward
that.
to
And I also appreciate someone who spent 30 years in law enforcement. I do appreciate your time in the district attorney's office. And I would like to speak to some of those officers, maybe the court liaison officers you worked with. So I'll ask you about those people as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. And I want to be sure to note that we've received letters on your behalf in favor of your nomination. You have
I think I'm
that's
over
fine.
2 minutes.
I'm happy to allot you 2 minutes, Counselor, absolutely.
Unbelievable. I just wanted to ask you, you're going to, if you're appointed, and there's a lot to be considered here. If you're appointed, you're going to be sitting 26 years. Can you tell us how you're going to start, how you're going to remain fresh and sitting up there for 26 years?
Well, and part of the reason I mentioned my learning disability, it created an absolute love of learning. And while the work is similar that comes in, each case is different. They're individuals. The law is always changing. And I intend to keep up on that. I have the vast majority of my career has been in the district court and municipal court. And you come home sometimes and you're tired and exhausted, but there's never a day going into the district courts. I always look forward to it because I'm working with people, good people, and it's something I've always looked forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And with that, I close this hearing.
Thank you.
Everybody, my name is Christopher Iannella. I will chair the hearing today. I'd like to read a letter dated October 26th, addressed to the council, dear councilors. I'm pleased to nominate Catherine Bukowski to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Somerville District Court. Sincerely, Charles Baker, Governor. Before we hear from you, I know you have some distinguished folks here, and also your family. Do you want to introduce your family first?
Do. Distinguished folks.
What's
I
that?
thought our family was distinguished.
Yeah, but of the distinguished people, we have witnesses and we have family, all of which are distinguished, but we will hear from the distinguished members of the family first. Thank you for your help, sir. You're
No
done.
problem.
To your left and behind Counselor Kennedy, that's my son Luke Barkowski, Special Agent Barkowski with the federal government. That's my best friend, Marie Clancy. That's my son Joseph Barkowski. I have 3 other children who are watching. Samantha Barkowski is in New York today on business. She's an executive vice president with the Fenway Sports Group. My daughter Laura is a consultant in DC and couldn't be here today. And my son Jack is a marine biologist in Monterey, California, and that was too long for a flight for him to make it. To your right, Counselor, is my closest friend in the clerk's office, Jay Allen. Trained me. First Assistant Clerk Magistrate of the Somerville District Court, Sarah Fallon. The lady sitting in the fancy chair in the corner, that's my sister, Mary Lou Finneran.
That's the governor's chair. You might not like it.
That's the one who seated me.
To my sister's right is Maureen McColgan. She's the Chief Probation Officer at the Somerville District Court. And to her right is Michelle Bulger, my dearest friend from Boston Juvenile Court, who recently left to go for work for water and sewer. Next to Michelle is Steve Cronin, who is the second assistant at the Supreme Judicial Court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And to Steve's right is Maura Flaherty, who is my first assistant at the Suffolk County Juvenile Clerk's Office. And my 2 witnesses are for Justice Helen Brown Bryant and Clerk Magistrate Donna Champoli. And to Donna's right, that is First Justice William Fitzpatrick of the Somerville District Court. There's a lot of people.
Okay, that's good. So at this point, we're going to hear from your witnesses. And the first witness is Judge Helen Brown Bryant, First Justice of the Suffolk County Juvenile Court. Good morning. You can either stand or sit, whatever's easier for you.
Stand, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I haven't prepared any remarks. I just want to say that I'm pleased to be able to stand here in support of Katie. I've known her for quite some time. I practiced in Boston Juvenile Court, where Katie was an assistant clerk magistrate. And so I got to know her in that capacity as an attorney who needed things. I also got to see her, how she was with with each of the, treating us when we had to be at the counter. And also, she had to send the cases out, which is a tough job, and our court is incredibly busy. And she was responsible, with the other clerks, to sit and just sort of be the launching pad and making sure that the judges have what they want and getting us into the right courtrooms. Then in 2014, I became a judge at Boston Juvenile Court, and that's when I got to know another side of her as someone who would be in my session helping me stay on track and getting cases done, and got to see again she treated the litigants who were in front of us, as well, and it's a sensitive court. You have parents in distress, you have children in distress, and being able to treat each one of them with the dignity and respect that they deserve is something that I don't think a lot of people understand how difficult it is, and Katie did it admirably. Right before the pandemic, I became the first and got to see even more of her abilities in terms of helping, now trying to be the administrator of the court. And in particular, I want to point out that I've had some, most of our cases are confidential, but every now and then we have cases where they are public and very serious. And whenever I had a jury trial, it was always helpful for me that I had Katie as my clerk, because she was able to let that jury trial go off without a hitch. It's a interdependent thing when you have your jury trial. And she's always been right there, and I always was in fact request her. So I just want to encourage you to confirm her as the clerk magistrate. I can't imagine that she won't be wonderful. I speak on behalf of all the judges who are at a conference today, and I ask for the ability to be here today, even though I'm supposed to be at our conference. So I just want to say I'm sure she'll do a wonderful job. If you have anything to ask me.
Thank you very much, Judge. You're doing a fantastic job, and Counselor Devaney would like to ask a question.
Thank you. Nice to see you. How long has it been?
Since 2014.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, you're doing a great job. You got through the
Right.
pandemic, you. But thank you for your service. It's a great tribute to the nominee. So if you could say one adjective about this nominee, what she's bringing to the position.
One is hard, but I would say ability. She's capable. What you see is that she is respectful. She brings, our motto in the trial court is dignity with justice with dignity and speed, and she personifies that. In terms of people coming to the counter in the courtroom, I've never heard her be harsh with the litigant. And some of our litigants you want to be harsh with. I've never seen her do that. I think she is a credit to our court. We will miss her.
Great. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Donna Champoli, Clerk Magistrate of the Juvenile Court, Suffolk County. Again, thank you very much. She's good. You can either stand or sit, whatever's easier for you.
I'm not as eloquent as my first justice, so I had to jot down a few things. But Councilor Ioneller and other distinguished members of the council, I'm pleased to be here this morning to speak on behalf of Catherine Bukowski, as we call her Katie, on her nomination for the clerk magistrate position in the Somerville District Court. Katie was appointed as an assistant clerk in February of 2001, and I was named the acting clerk in April of the same year. So I can tell you we've worked together in the Suffolk County Juvenile Court for over 21 years together. But Katie and I also come from the same community in Boston. We grew up in adjacent parishes, and anybody from Boston will understand that's how we distinguish where we live in the city. And today we're still in adjacent parishes, but we just switched places. So I can tell you firsthand Katie's involvement and commitment to her community, and I believe she would bring that same commitment to the Somerville community. The Suffolk County Juvenile Court, as some of you may know, means we hold sessions in 4 different locations. And over the past 21 years, Katie's been exposed to probably every facet of 4 different clerk's offices. She's made numerous probable cause determinations, presided over hundreds of show cause hearings. She's arraigned and set bail in the absence of a judge on numerous defendants. She's impaneled countless juries and clerk sessions for over 50 different judges that have sat in our county over the years, and she's supervised staff in all of those locations. So having said all of that, I know she will bring all of this experience and community involvement with her to the Somerville District Court as the clerk magistrate. And in closing, I urge you to vote in her favor.
Thank you very much. At this point, the floor is yours. Excuse me, Councilor Devaney.
I'd like to ask her a question.
Okay, yes. She'd like to ask you a question.
How nice to see you. I want to tell you, you have the greatest reputation everywhere, every courthouse, and thank you for all your service. And I will never, ever forget, when she became clerk magistrate, she cried, her mother cried.
Right.
But thank you for all your service.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you very much. At this point, if you could give us a brief presentation about your work experience and why you think you would be a good addition to the position of clerk magistrate of the Somerville District Court.
Thank you, Councilor Ionella. Before I begin, I neglected to introduce Chief Court Officer Mark Gannon. He was sitting behind that chair and I couldn't see him. And now I can. So
It's hard to miss.
anyway, members of the Governor's Council, thank you for allowing me to come here with my family and my supporters to seek your endorsement of my candidacy for the clerk magistrate position in the Somerville District Court. I have to thank some very important people before I go on. Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for their nomination of me to this position. Your confidence in my ability to do this job well is not misplaced. If confirmed, I will be a credit to your administration. The Governor's Legal Counsel, Attorney Bob Ross, I thank you for your support, your empathy, and your professionalism. Many, many thanks to Lauren Green Petrino for her common sense, her guidance, and her expertise. Emily Gauthier, who's been so kind and supportive and informative at every step of this process. To the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission, headed by Chairman Paul Dacier and Vice Chairman Roberto Braceras. The work that the Judicial Nominating Commission does is amazing. It's exhausting and all the more impressive when you realize that it is all volunteer. All of us owe them a debt of gratitude for the time they take away from their families and their livelihoods to research the candidates for judicial positions. The Joint Bar Committee and their chairman, Martin Healy, for the exhaustive work they do, and it's frequently under significant time constraints. So I'd like right now to tell you a little bit more about myself. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Boston, as Clerk Magistrate Chiampoli mentioned. I was born in Dorchester in early 1963, and I'm the youngest of 7 children. My parents had my 6 siblings in 10 years, between 1944 and 1954. Imagine their abject horror to discover 9 years later that they were expecting another child. Right? I tried to spin that with some humor, but their marriage was difficult and they ended up separating when I was 12. And my mother, God rest her soul, she went to work at age 55 as a paraprofessional at Dorchester High School with children with developmental delays and serious special needs. It was the fall of '75 and I had just started Boston Latin School, where I was truly fortunate to be accepted. I was not a great student by any means, but that constant exposure to academic excellence and critical thinking has been invaluable. That experience, coupled with my mother's commitment to those special needs children and their families, it forged my ideas about work and public service. As I said, it was the fall of 1975 and busing was occurring around the city of Boston. My mother was a brilliant and intuitive woman, and she had gone to college in 1938, majoring in chemistry and mathematics. And the woman even made an appearance on Jeopardy in 1968. So I graduated BLS in 1981, and I never questioned whether I was going to college. The question was where. And given our limited financial resources, I was fortunate that Suffolk University was very generous to me. I majored in public administration, knowing on some level that the public sector would be my forte. I genuinely like people, I like work, and I like to problem solve. After graduation, I delivered mail for 2 years, and 2 years later, I enrolled at Suffolk University Law School, and I matriculated in September '88. I loved law school, loved it. Upon graduation, I was planning on joining the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, where I fully intended to be the head of the Major Crimes Unit. In my last year of law school, though, I learned I was pregnant with my first child, my daughter Samantha, and my husband and I decided that I would hang out my own shingle, which that's lawyer slang for starting your own practice. At 9 years and 4 more babies, it became clear I needed a predictable and more structured schedule. In February 2001, I accepted a position in the BJC clerk's office, and I have spent the best years of my career there. The people in the Boston Juvenile Court have been a second family to me. They were there on some of the best and the very worst days of my life. But it's time for me to move on and to step aside so that other people can do that really important work too. The opportunity for me to work in the district court where I began my career 32 years ago as a Rule 303 student was too enticing and too exciting to ignore. I'm an excellent fit for this position. I welcome your questions and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Councilor Duff, a quick question. Will you be at Harvard Stadium next Thursday? I know you mentioned BLS. I went to Boston Latin as well.
Okay. I'll be there if you want me to be there.
No, I don't care, but
Did you hear the mother of 5 parts? Someone's got to cook.
But am I right? Your brother Tom played for
Yes, he did.
Boston Latin.
Yes, he did. His name was Mad Dog. Don't tell him I told you.
Yeah, he was a couple years ahead of me.
Yeah, Mad Dog.
I remember that. Okay, thank you.
Hair, crossed eyes. He looked.
At this point, we'll hear from Councilor Eileen Duff. Councilor, do you have any questions of the nominee?
I actually really don't. We had a really great long talk. Checked you out comprehensively. You're doing the work already. You're a perfect fit for this.
Thank you.
You also come here with a great sense of humor, which you're gonna need. You already know. But humanity And you mentioned something that I think is so important, and I'm so thrilled to know that it was part of your academic studies, is critical thinking. Because it's really something that is sorely lacking.
The credit goes to Boston Latin School, just
Great school.
put it out there. Right?
Father and great grandmother and everyone went there. It's a great school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Which Counselor Kennedy.
The rest of her 15 minutes?
He keeps trying. You've got to give him credit for his tenacity.
You got choked up leaving your work family there. Trust me, where you're going, you're gonna have a great family. You know, I've made it very clear to you
Yes.
in multiple discussions how important Somerville Court is to me.
I realize that.
People that work there, because I consider them family. You're gonna be a great clerk magistrate. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Once in a while, Judge Fitzpatrick does make a sighting of me. I do show up occasionally, not all the time, but occasionally. But I don't step on Council Ionella's toes. That's his area that he discusses as continuance. But you're gonna be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor Kennedy.
Thank you, Counselor DiPaolo.
Hey, Counselor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just have a couple questions for you.
Of course.
You do a great job in your current role. What are the biggest challenges right now in Boston Juvenile Court?
Well, I think it's probably not unique to Boston Juvenile Court, but I believe the biggest challenges are the number of attorneys accepting appointments, and on the other side, the dearth of mental health services for clients who come in. The waits at the court clinic, they can be lengthy, and I think that's a challenge all the courts are facing right now, given the rise in mental health issues prior to the pandemic and exacerbated by the pandemic.
What do you think can be done to get more attorneys, get more court-appointed attorneys in juvenile court?
I think they could use a raise. I think they could.
Can you say that?
I don't believe that the remuneration for criminal defense work, district court work, and juvenile delinquency work, I don't believe they've gotten a raise in some time. I do know that the care and protection attorneys have realized an increase in their hourly wage about a year ago. But I think it's just difficult if someone is a sole practitioner to meet all your financial obligations on a limited, and you have to purchase health insurance and all the things like that. So I do think that if the Commonwealth were able to offer more money, they could attract candidates.
I agree with you. I think it's as simple as that. I want to ask you something relative to your potential new role. So, and you talked about in juvenile court, you've had occasion to conduct show cause hearings.
Yes, many.
And issuing complaints. And so in the most recent data and the racial disparities data is problematic because there's not all the data we want, but in the instance of complaints issuing, the data is perfect. It's everything we would want to know. And that is, and what we know from a couple years ago, at that time, if you were Black or Latino, you were 2 times as likely to end up in Superior Court versus district when there was concurrent jurisdiction in the initial. So why do you think that happens? Break down. Why do you think that's happened in the past?
I can't say that I know the answer to that. I know that my show cause hearings, I work in the most diverse community in the Commonwealth, in Dorchester, and more often than not, I didn't issue complaints. It was my goal to try to craft a resolution, even if I found probable cause, to craft a resolution short of issuing a complaint. I can't really speak to why other people may or may not have issued.
As clerk, would you be mindful of that and review current data when it becomes available to see if we've made improvements there?
Of course.
If in fact there are improvements.
It's important.
I have no further questions. I did not connect with you ahead of this hearing, but I do plan to between now and when we hold our votes. And with that, Mr.
Thank you very much. Counselor,
Say one other thing.
real quick, because
Real quick. Council Ionella was a big fan right up front too of that nomination. Very excited about it, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you,
thank you. Counselor Jubenville.
As he was to me.
Thank you.
So I think that go to the juvenile courts. I don't go there a whole lot, but I'd rather be in the district or superior because in the juvenile, there's just so many moving parts that for me, it's like, oh boy. But what always struck me is when the juvenile courts, the dedication from the staff in those buildings and offices is tremendous. Clerks, assistant clerks, probation officers, even DAs that go to that court. They're just dedicated to kids.
Yes.
Really a feeling that I get when I go in there, which I don't get in the courts. It's just so dedicated. And for 21 years, you've been an assistant clerk, which is maybe one click lower than a clerk. So I'm sure you've done every duty that there is to do in that office you were in.
I'd like to think so. You saw, I got emotional. It's hard to leave these people.
Yeah, sure.
You're right. Their commitment, I mean, and they are like family. We don't always get along. But the commitment to children and families and rehabilitation is not, you know, it's very impressive. It's very impressive. They're a wonderful, wonderful group of people, doing very important work.
So I think you're super qualified, and I'm glad, you've been there, and now you're.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Done yet?
Okay.
Is my 15 minutes up?
Got a few minutes left.
So, I'm gonna vote for you because I make mistakes, but I don't wanna make a mistake with you because all of Laura Mills will be down to my office on Adams Street, and
This is true.
so I don't want any of that to happen.
This is true.
But I'm very familiar with Lower Mills, having been married there to a St. Gregory's girl many years ago. So
I know. My children were baptized there at St. Gregory's, and then we moved down the street to St. Brendan's. As Donna said, we're by parish.
when you make money, you go down to St. Brendan's.
Yeah, I guess we're moving on up.
I think it's a wonderful candidate. I'm
Thank you.
pleased to vote for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
This week.
Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Counselor Mary Hurley, do you have any questions?
Yes,
Thank you.
just a couple. It was good talking to you. How was your son's graduation?
It was wonderful. Thank you so much. Special Agent
Which son
Barkowski
was
is
it?
in the house.
Oh, special agent. Okay. Special son too, I'm sure.
One of 3 very special sons and 2 very special daughters.
Very good, politically correct answer. How having done all that you've done in the juvenile court, how much of a time period do you think it's going to take you to catch on to being the clerk of a district court?
I want to put time constraints on myself, but I would say a few months. I intend to go in and meet the staff and actually sit in the outer office to understand the rhythm of the office and get to know the people that work there and let the people get to know me. I hope on the slower afternoons I can go over the audits and the internal controls of the office, and I would like to think that I would be very good within 12 to 16 weeks.
You're also going to have to do all the human resource aspects of the job. Did you do any of that in the juvenile court?
No.
I did not, but I trained some newly appointed assistant clerks. So I didn't do any hiring. That is left to other people in my office, the first assistant, and we have an appellate clerk, and they are outstanding at their jobs, and they're outstanding at selecting good candidates. So I might call them and pick their brain.
That's not a bad idea. So your application was great. Your Counselor Iannella, was thrilled that you would be going over to the district court where he has some practice on a regular basis. And I think you're going to do a great job. So I'm going to be happy to vote for you.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Counselor. Counselor Devaney.
Thank you for all the time you afforded me. It was such a pleasure. And I want to apologize, you didn't get a Belgian waffle. We didn't get to the diner because the diner was so full, we would have waited 45 minutes, so we had to go somewhere else. So I apologize. But,
Cruising.
but I have to tell you, there's no rhyme or reason why you were appointed a judge. And I am very upset about it. I wish I could do something about it, but I can't. Because this council just recently had an assistant clerk magistrate, straight to judgeship, okay? You had, it'll be 23 years if you went to February as an assistant clerk magistrate. But what you bring to this position is 9 years of private practice.
Yes.
And you have it all. I mean, you have, I love the age, 59 years, 23 years assistant clerk, 9 years as solo practice. You have 5 children. You understand, you've had divorce in your family. What better judge you'd be? I'm sorry, you have to go to judge to be on the juvenile court. I am so sorry. I wish I could vote for you for judge, but let that go. I can't. But I want to tell you, to have someone in the juvenile court with your personal experience and your professional experience, we couldn't ask better than this, honest to God, we couldn't. And, you know, and you have the disposition, got a great sense of humor. Anyone coming before you would be at ease, because people are afraid when they go to court, and they'll never be afraid with you. It was the nicest time that I spent with you, and you're finding another place to go.
I enjoyed the time we spent together too.
But, you know, let's talk about, you've had such horrendous cases. And when you think of, you know, the years that you practiced, what will always stay in your mind that would be something that you will never forget, a case that you've had? So it might be something that it was positive, or maybe it was a big disappointment. Yeah.
I will never forget National Adoption Day. The days that we have spent, it's actually this Friday in the Boston Juvenile Court, and we're back in person after doing National Adoption Days via Zoom for 2 years. But it's the most joyous day in the court. The clerk's office puts on an amazing buffet breakfast for the families that come in and their children, and everyone's dressed up. And it's pure unadulterated joy. Families are being created on that day.
Right. I'm timed, you know, they got a new rule because I asked so many questions, so I'll be cut off and talking in sentence. So anyway, tell me about the one that they had, the family had, let me say, how can I get into this? They had a child that, I'm trying to think of what the name of it was. It was identified with a particular racial type of thing. It lists the names, you list the names of I'm trying to think of it. Is it the one that they had the child that was to be adopted, and there was a mix-up on it, a family who want to adopt that child? I wish I don't have it right.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Well, you've had some cases that have been very rewarding, that you've seen, you know, children, and you've seen it all. You've seen child abuse, you've seen everything, and oh, I know the one. It was the one that it was after a multi-day trial, and the mother and father were found unfit.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I think of the children, the babies that are abused in these type of cases, and you resolved that, and it had a happy ending. So why don't you tell us that about, you know, how you freed the child to be adopted?
Well, what happens in those cases, and it's not me, I'm the assistant clerk in charge of, you know, assisting the judge during that, and it was probably Judge Brown Bryant or one of her contemporaries on the bench. I actually believe the one you're referencing might be Judge Hardiman. You have to free them for adoption. I mean, the parents have to be found unfit, unavailable, or unwilling to parent, and then later on, sometimes at that juncture, when that finding is made, a termination finding is made. And then when you terminate parental rights, Sometimes later on, they terminate parental rights, 6 months later at a review date, because the children need permanency. And so the 6-month review date, if termination hadn't occurred at the trial when the first finding was entered, it could occur 6 months down the line, or in that 6 months, the parents could rehabilitated themselves, and the finding of unfitness could be vacated. So that's how you free them for adoption.
The problem I have with the application is you can't tell the whole story. And not only that, but it continues after you apply. Now, that was sent to the appeals court, right? And I was wondering what was resolved. It said they have appealed and that matter is being organized and sent to the appeals court. And I don't know if that has been at that time.
Oh, I think I know the one you're referring to now, because sadly, so many of them have similar circumstances. The one that you are referring to was a father who was in prison, who we ensured was present at every hearing, either by Zoom or in person, when we started doing in-person things again. And the mother would show up to court only sporadically. And really sporadically. And then sometimes, if the testimony was unpleasant for her, she would leave. The child was in a great placement with her sister, safe and happy, and had been there since day one. And the finding of unfitness went in and both parents appealed. So there was not going to get to be any permanency for that child, at least not yet. And I thought it was so ironic as both of those people, the father was in jail for a prolonged period of time. He wasn't a potential placement resource.
Because I'm timed, I'm like the Federal Express man here. But anyway, which is a terrible rule. There's not another body that times their members, but I'm timed. So tell me, you applied before. Now tell us about that experience.
I applied to the Worcester juvenile court position that ultimately was given to Judge Julie Laurie, who is an excellent candidate.
You're a judge?
Yes.
Be a judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
did apply to that last year.
I sit here and I think of all of the ones I've sat on here in 23 years. We just recently, I don't know, about 6 months ago, we had a young fellow, 40 years old, who was rejected by the JNC for being a clerk magistrate. He wasn't qualified. He was one of 13 assistant solicitors in the city hall. Wasn't qualified, had no clerk, had no experience in court or anything. So they rejected him. So 2 years later, with the same experience, they made him a judge. What a miracle. Miracle, huh? That's what I see. So when I see someone like you come in who should be a judge, and we just appointed an assistant clerk magistrate straight to judgeship, and when I see the cases that you've had, horrendous cases, and don't tell me you don't go home and have sleepless nights when you were in solo practice with them. I can't even believe. But, juvenile court to me is a very sensitive court, and it's not a place to give people, it's a, consolation prize. And I'm going to say it over again. They made the biggest mistake in not making you a judge. I am heartbroken, but I am very pleased to vote for you to be a magistrate. So tell me, in all your experience as a clerk magistrate, how much influence do you have in some of these decisions? Because you have only so much discretion that the judge has. So tell me that.
I have a great deal of discretion on the show cause hearings, which go to the delinquency session. Prior to the issuance of any kind of show cause hearing or filed by a private citizen has to have a show cause hearing. And so I have a lot of discretion there. And I think it's one of the most important tools that we have to work with, because we can craft resolutions that are effective to that individual. Because, as we know, not everything works with everyone. And so
I have to tell you what a treat it was to meet with you as a mother.
Thank you.
Children, your mother of 5. I mean, we laughed. We had a lot of.
we did.
But I think that's what we need in a juvenile court. We need someone who has experienced to have the divorce in her family, going through that and bringing up children and having the cases you had. you know, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna ask you, and I'm not politically correct, but I hope in the new administration, you apply to be a judge. There's no reason why you shouldn't have been a judge before that. You imagine, even now, if you were going up to a judge, you'd have 11 years. Wonderful. Oh, wonderful.
I appreciate that.
Jesus.
I appreciate that.
I'm not a politically correct person, as you know, so I am saying it, but I am so happy that you got through this time. And there's no rhyme or reason, I don't know how we work it. But I wish you all good luck, and I'm so happy that you applied again. And I'm so pleased that they finally found that, yeah, this person is so.
Excited for this position. Thank you.
So what did they deny you overqualified? But anyway, thank you so much. And I'll remember that day. That was great.
That was fun. Thank you. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Excuse me. I don't have any questions. We had a lengthy conversation over the telephone. You're going to be a great addition to the Somerville District Court. You have the work experience, the education experience, you have humility, you have the whole package. It's good to see your family's here. You don't have all of them here, but hey, that's okay.
I'm sure the room's big enough.
We would have got them in. That's good, and happy Thanksgiving, and
You too.
when our next formal meeting, I think next week or the week after, I'll be more than happy to put your name before the council. Thank you. Just in case, about one thing, is there anyone here in opposition? You're okay, okay, Judge, it's okay. That will conclude the meeting, and everyone have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
And I recognize Counselor Ianella for our prayer and pledge today.
Okay, thank you. Let's pray for peace at home and around the world. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic stands under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I recognize Counselor Jubinville for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
Moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. I recognize Counselor Devaney for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries, public, and justices of the peace.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Counselor DiPaolo for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Christopher P. Hodgins to the position of Associate Justice of the Appeals Court.
This was an excellent choice, and I happily make that motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second.
Vote.
Okay, we proceed with the roll call.
Counselor Jubinville?
Yes.
Counselor Devaney?
Yes.
Counselor Ianella?
Yes.
Counselor Duff?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Thank you. I know that Counselor Hurley
You asked me to make
is
it.
not here, but so I'll ask Counselor Kennedy to make a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Paul H. Smith to the position of Associate Justice of the Appeals
I
Court.
make that motion with great pleasure. He's an outstanding candidate. He's going to be an outstanding member of the appeals court.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Counselor?
I just want to make one comment that I'm very pleased with the two nominees today. Well qualified to be judges, and I'm very proud to vote for both of them.
We may begin the roll call.
Counselor Devaney?
Yes.
Counselor Ianella?
Yes.
Duff?
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy?
Yes.
Counselor Jubinville?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have new nominations today. Nicola Giosha has been nominated to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. That is in Counselor Hurley's district, and she has scheduled the hearing for November 30th at 11:15. Okay. And Lauren Green has been nominated to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Stoughton District Court, and that's in your jurisdiction, Counselor Jubinville.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So is that next Wednesday at 9 o'clock? What's the date on that? I'm sorry. I didn't-
Next Wednesday.
Next week?
Next Wednesday.
A point of information, we have two next week,
Next Wednesday, please.
and we're going to have three again.
Okay, so
It's wonderful.
So that is on November 23rd, 9 a.m.
Lieutenant Governor, can you tell us the time so that I can write them down?
Of course, yeah, happy to. 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and 11 a.m.
Okay.
They're on the paperwork you got this morning, Mary.
I have seen two of them already.
We have also nominated Eduardo Gonzalez to the position of Associate Justice of the Housing Court. And Counselor Duff, that is in your district.
I want to do it on the 30th. Is 9 a.m. too early, people?
We got to get things done.
Okay, let's do, yeah, because we're going to strike in, let's do 9 a.m. on the, is that just what, that work for you?
9:30 would be a tremendous.
Let's do 9:30.
He's got the young ones. 9:30.
I don't think you should make yours at 9:30 because we have 10 and 11.
Yeah.
So maybe we could just go right into the other, you know?
I've been waiting for that.
All right, the November 30th is a 9:30 start for Eduardo Gonzalez. And I wish to welcome and congratulate Tara Jacobs, who is here for Western Mass League. Congratulations. It's great to have you on board, and I'm glad that you're here to appreciate the hard work and the complexity involved with the vetting of the nominations to the courts. So thank you all, and I won't see you before Thanksgiving, so I wish you a very healthy, happy, festive
Quick information.
Thanksgiving.
I would like to have a public assembly, all of your heard.
Families.
She's speaking.
You respond.
Middle
To do that, and the question to answer is that you have 3 hearings on November 23rd, 9, 10, and 11. And that concludes our business
Mike,
today.
bless you and your family.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Oh, that heat feels wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Over here, you got full air.
I don't know what happened, but like I said, about 15 minutes ago, everything just started heating up finally. It was a little cool this morning.
Full air something.
Oh, no.
I'm Marilyn Petito Devaney, and I will be presiding over the hearing for nominee William Bloomer. First of all, I'm going to ask if anyone is going to speak to stand and do the pledge. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. And that goes for you too, but that's okay. That's right. That's right. Anyway.
Judge Hillman was supposed to speak remotely. I'm not sure if you.
So, first of all, I'm going to ask the councilors to put phones away. They never do, but I keep asking. That goes to everyone. It's respect to the nominee and to the special day, okay? That no one should be on the phone.
Just take care of yourself.
Okay, so I'm going to start with calling your witnesses.
All right.
And your first witness is the Honorable Timothy Hillman, United States District Court, District of Massachusetts.
Can you see me and hear me
Welcome.
okay?
Welcome.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you. First, thank you for allowing me to appear by video. I'm on the back end of COVID, and I know and appreciate how much you all value the testimony being in person. In fact, Counselor, I think you and I had this very discussion earlier in the year where we both agreed that live testimony is far, far preferred to video. So I apologize.
I'm going to interrupt you. Aaron, can you put it up just a little speck, a little louder? Thank you. Okay, I'm
Great.
sorry.
No, thank you. So I apologize to the council, and I apologize to Attorney Bloomer for not being there in person. So I have known Bill since 2006. He has appeared before me regularly in my capacity both as a federal magistrate judge and now in my capacity as a federal district judge. We're also on the editorial board of the Mass Law Review, and together, and I had the honor and privilege of editing an article that he wrote about a year and a half ago. It was the easiest editing anyone's ever done. Bill is a great writer, and my job was to read it and marvel at what a great job he did, and I was proud to be part of the process. It wasn't any heavy lifting. I share the concerns that you have all expressed. I've been present in several hearings recently, and I've watched several hearings, and I agree and share the issues that you have with punishing a defendant who exercises his right to trial, his constitutional right to trial. And I have two cases that Attorney Bloomer appeared before me on that say volumes about the type of person he is and the type of judge he would be if he is fortunate enough to be confirmed, both of which were extortion cases. The first one involved an organized crime ring that was importing OxyContins into the Commonwealth from Florida. And the ring was so sophisticated that they actually had their own debt collection branch. And that was the extortionate conduct. In fact, the main debt collector's nickname was Pain. And it was they were legitimate bad guys. And the case had several interesting issues, one of which was there were some very interesting and touchy issues about conflicts of interest between some of the lawyers and their clients. And Bill had the good sense to bring the issue up, and then, as he should have, he stood out of the way and let the lawyers in the court work through the issues. Secondly, he advocated for a guideline sentence which was totally appropriate in this case. These were not people that, they had long criminal records, they were organized, and they were using extortion to collect money. The second case is the case that I want to compare it to, because it says volumes about Bill and the type of judge that he would be if confirmed. Attorney Bloomer tried an attempted extortion, and using extortionate means to collect a debt to verdict, and there was a guilty verdict. The guidelines in the case started at 37 months. Bill recommended a sentence of 12 months. And it was so far below the guidelines that I asked him, why are you recommending such a low sentence? And his answer was, because it's the right thing to do. It is what's fair and what is right. And guess what? He was correct. I almost never impose the sentence that the prosecutor asked for, but in this case I did, because it was the right sentence. And it showed a degree of passion and empathy that I think is sadly lacking today. So you guys all know that sentencing is not a formulaic exercise. It involves real people with real families and real problems. And that's defendants and victims and family members and everybody that is affiliated with, with the case. Attorney Bloomer understands this. And this is the type of person that he is. He is what he's going to do, what is fair and reasonable. So, Counselor, as always, it's a pleasure to see you and appear before the counselors, and be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you. Before I accept questions from my colleagues, I was ahead of myself. So I first want to read the letter from the governor. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate William F. Bloomer to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So having said that, I welcome you. Attorney Bloomer. Anyone that wants to come in, cheers, please come in. So I'm going to ask you to introduce everyone here that has come to support you.
Sure. To my left is Jack Lou, who is the judge whose vacancy I'm filling. My wife, Michelle, my lovely wife, Michelle. Denise Murphy, who is a witness. Bob Sheketoff, one of the best, if not the best, well, one of the best defense attorneys in the state. And his assistant, I'm sorry, Dacia. And Judge Mead.
Okay, very nice.
To my right is Judge Carol Paul.
Okay, great. We have two councils here. Oh, now we have three. I'd like to introduce, and we have Councilor Jubenville, Councilor Kennedy, and Councilor Duff. So now that we have said that, I want to go back to you, Judge, and have the councilors, if they have any questions from you. And you don't have to apologize at all for being in Zoom. Unfortunately, we have more people that do have Zoom, but you have a real reason that you are. So I'll open that up. Anyone have any questions? Councilor Kennedy.
Judge, I promise not to get you in trouble this time.
I'm still hearing about that, but go ahead.
I'm sure you have. I just want to say that, just a comment on your son. He's doing a fantastic job. Everybody is really enjoying being in front of him. He's very thoughtful. He's just a home run on the bench. And there isn't a lawyer or a prosecutor or anybody that's appeared in front of him or the people in the courts that really don't admire the job.
Thank you, Counselor. That means a lot to me.
You should be very proud.
It's an honor to have you here. Any other councilors have any questions? Well, I thank you so much and, for taking the time and your testimony means a lot and it is a tribute to this nominee. So thank you so much.
Thank you all, counselors. Please stay safe.
Thank you.
So the next witness is Denise Murphy, Attorney Denise Murphy. You can sit there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the privilege of appearing before you and offering me the chance to offer testimony in support of my friend and my colleague. I most especially want to thank you for your attentiveness to this very important matter. Bill is, quite simply, one of the fairest and most honest people I've ever known. He's also among the most brilliant, although you'll never guess it from his demeanor. He's far too humble to tell you about that, so I will. Bill has a keen legal mind, a seemingly effortless clarity in writing, and a courtroom demeanor that inspires confidence in our system of justice. He's also a fiercely loyal friend and kind. I met Bill, this hurts to say, almost 40 years ago when we both attended Suffolk Law and we both made law review. For people who grew up like Bill and I did, that was quite an accomplishment. Because of his stellar ability in writing, Bill was chosen to be a note writer and later a note editor. He was just that good. We became friends in large measure because we came from very similar backgrounds. We both came from working class families and we were both first in those families to go to law school. For Bill, it was even more than that. He was also the first to go to college in his family. Bill had the strength of his convictions to follow his dream and pursue a legal career. He believed then, as he does to this very day, in our system of justice and in our Constitution. It's not easy to break out from the rhythm of established familial expectations and undertake a path that his family couldn't understand. But Bill knew that his choice was right. He excelled in school and he has excelled in our profession. What I don't expect you to know yet is the depths of Bill's commitment to fundamental fairness and integrity. Even with the vast resources of the state and federal government at his disposal, he refused to consider any matter he handled as routine. He seeks reasonable options and alternatives and does something that I don't deserve in my practice very often. He listens. He listens carefully, explores the facts, and is open-minded as he does so. Bill treats everyone, both inside and outside of the courtroom, with respect and dignity. I can tell you this because I've witnessed it personally. He treats everyone with respect, from court personnel to the most acrimonious of his adversaries, because that's who he is. Throughout his career, Bill took the time to help people become the best versions of themselves. He worked with high-risk kids through the Boy Scouts and taught night classes for adult returning students, helping them attain their college degrees. He encouraged his children to follow their dreams, not his. He's worked with and encouraged his wife, Michelle, to achieve her goals and remains so proud of her accomplishments as a lawyer and now as a dean. That's just the man he is. We need judges in our courtroom who treat litigants, staff, and the public with decency, respect, and fairness. I respectfully submit, counselors, that we need both more. Thank you.
Any councilors have questions? Thank you. That was Pat Bell. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next witness is Robert Shefkoff. Welcome, attorney.
So I have not known Bill 40 years. 30-some, I think is correct. I've had 2 major criminal trials with him. I'm a defense lawyer, never been a prosecutor. I've spent many years on trial, and it's a situation where you get to know your adversary very well. Bill Bloomer is intelligent, really hardworking, open-minded, thoughtful, trustworthy, and principled. I've seen these qualities demonstrated in the heat of courtroom battles and in every other situation I've been in with him. He has never been pretentious, projects as just a regular guy with real values, which he is, and has always been reasonable in his dealings with me. I believe he has the ability to see both sides of the story at hand. In short, I believe he has all the skills required to be a talented Superior Court judge, and I am honored to speak in his behalf.
Any questions from the councilors? No.
Good to see you, Bobby. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Councilor Juvilo. Thank you very much. Is there anyone here that would like to, that not on the list, that would like to say something about this nominee, in favor of this nominee? You're welcome to come and say something. Anyone? Okay. I do have to say, it's so good to see two judges that I was very proud to vote for, Judge Liu, Judge Mead. Thank you for coming. How many years has it been?
I've been 21 years. I just retired.
It was 21 years ago, and we don't look any older.
I know.
Well, I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Counselor Maney, you were there for my knee. Oh my God, for my counselor.
Wow, that's great. No, it's really good to see you people. And so now, is there anyone in opposition? Okay, having said that, now it's your turn for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Devaney. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very fortunate here today, humbled and honored to ask that you confirm my nomination to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court. At the outset, I want to thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for having the faith and confidence in me to fulfill the sacred duties of this position. I also want to thank Bob Ross, Lauren Green Petrigno, and Emily Gothia for helping guide me in the process. So the JNC and JBC for the diligent efforts they made to evaluate my qualifications. My witnesses, Judge Hillman, Bob Sheketoff, and Denise Murphy, who not only are incredible professionals, but truly wonderful human beings. I also want to thank all the people who showed up in support of my nomination. And of course, I want to thank each member of this Honorable Council for taking time out of your busy schedules to speak with me these last few weeks and for your attendance here today. In particular, I do want to thank my representative, Councilor Devaney, for the considerable time and effort she has expended to evaluate my qualifications. Last but not least, I want to thank my family, especially my wife, Michelle, better half, and soulmate. Stuck with me through thick and thin. Sorry. Love and support has been unwavering for 30 years. I wouldn't be here today, I'm convinced, without my wife. She's an unmerited gift. As I said before, I'm very fortunate. All right. I'm not comfortable talking about myself, but as my better half said, get over it. I think it's important that you know a little bit about my background and how my experiences have helped shape me and why I'd be a good judge. My grandmother on my mother's side was the matriarch of the family. Great inspiration to me. Her husband passed away in 1930, shortly after the Great Depression began, leaving her with 5 children under the age of 7. She somehow miraculously managed to keep the family intact by cutting the rich people's hair. I learned strength of character and fortitude from this remarkable woman. My parents struggled to make ends meet. My father, one of 9 children, was a service-disabled veteran of World War II who fought in several major battles in the Philippines. At one point, he was missing in action and presumed dead, but was rescued by a platoon member who found him in the jungle, close to death, suffering from malaria. He returned home, married my mother, and worked for the Boston Gas Company for the next 35 years, showing up every day without complaint to support his family. I'm sorry I'm emotional about this.
Who's crying too?
This is hard. My mother somehow managed to successfully raise 5 children, despite suffering significant health problems. She battled cancer and other crippling diseases for years to give us a home, passing away on Mother's Day in the year 2000. Looking back now, I realize that my parents taught me at an early age the value of hard work, perseverance, dedication, and sacrifice, the same qualities I'll bring to the bench. Not through words, but by example. My only regret is that they're not here to see their son sitting before this honorable council being considered for a Superior Court judge. I have two sisters. My sister Geraldine, the new matriarch of the family, who retired after working for a senior assisted living home and who's been a second mother to me and a confidant. And my sister Janice, who retired from a position in the guidance counselor's office at Newton North High School and who is generous with her pragmatic wisdom and good humor. I also have two younger twin brothers, one of whom, Eddie, works a physically taxing job in the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning trade. And the other, Paul, who after suffering a debilitating injury is the primary caretaker of our two golden retrievers. I was the first person in my family to graduate from janitorial work. I dug trenches in the street as a laborer. I even worked on an assembly line to help pay for my education. It was during this time that I began corresponding by mail with my great uncle, Jim McQuaid, who was an attorney in California. I owe so much to this great man who showed me, by example, how to be selfless and generous, qualities I hope to bring to the bench. He complimented me about my writing ability and my interest in history and suggested I attend law school. He planted the seed in my mind that later took hold and forever altered the course of my life for the better. It was during law school when I was reading hundreds of court decisions that I first thought of one day becoming a judge myself. The notion further took hold when I was appointed law clerk to the late Florence Murray, Associate Justice of the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and assisted in drafting her opinions. Justice Murray was a force to be reckoned with. She graduated from Boston University Law School in 1942 as the only woman in her class and served as a lieutenant colonel in the Women's Army Corps during World War II. She later went on to become Rhode Island's first female state senator, first female Superior Court Associate Justice and Chief Justice, and first female Associate Justice of the State Supreme Court. I had tremendous admiration for Justice Murray, who broke so many glass ceilings and was my mentor and friend for years. That she saw something in me as a fresh graduate out of law school meant the world to me. You have my application packet outlining my qualifications for the position. I'm not going to go into detail about it. I mean, as a state prosecutor for close to 15 years and a federal prosecutor for 18 years, I argued before the SJC and the appeals court, and I've tried more than 100 cases ranging from homicides and sexual assaults to money laundering and tax offenses. That experience, appearing before so many outstanding state and federal judges, cemented my desire to one day serve in the judiciary. It was in the state system that I learned how to try cases and how to litigate motions from some truly exceptional attorneys. Even more important, it was in the state system that I learned that every case is about people. Defendants, victims, their families, witnesses, even jurors. Their lives are directly impacted by what happens in the courtroom. And most important, it was in the state system that I met my wife, who was a Spanish interpreter in the Superior Court, having been born and raised in San Juan, Puerto Rico. She came to Massachusetts to attend Boston College and later Suffolk Law School, and to give you an idea of the type of person she is, she took and passed the Mass Bar exam 3 months after giving birth to our first child, and is currently pursuing a PhD in education while working a full-time job. We have 2 adult children, Connor, who is 28, and Andrea, or Dre, who is 25. We jokingly refer to them as the yin and yang. Our son is currently working in the world of finance in New York City, while our daughter works for a nonprofit firm in Maine that assists low-income and elderly residents obtain access to technology. I've learned far more from my children than they have ever learned from me. They're very proud of their Puerto Rican heritage, and being in a multicultural family, I've seen firsthand the effects of implicit and sometimes explicit bias against my loved ones. This experience, I believe, will make me a judge who's sensitive to the issues of bias and prejudice against individuals from all walks of life. Earlier this year, I left the U.S. Attorney's Office. It was an honor and a privilege to represent the United States of America in courtrooms for 18 years. But I think that every job, even the ones we love, have an expiration date. I had met mine as a prosecutor. I saw the director of the Division of Standards at the newly created Post Commission as a unique opportunity to help shape organization that is responsible, along with the Mass Police Training Committee, ensuring professional policing across the state. As the leader of the division responsible for investigating allegations of police misconduct, it also required a shift in mindset on my part. Instead of working with police officers as I had done for decades, I now had to oversee the division that routinely investigates them. It's this willingness to see things from another perspective, from citizens who have legitimate and sometimes serious complaints against police officers, that I will bring to the bench if I am fortunate enough to earn your vote today. As I said at the beginning of my remarks, I'm very fortunate. I've had opportunities few people would ever dream of having, and I've met some truly wonderful people along the way. I look forward to returning to the state judicial system, the place that I called home for many years. And I humbly ask that you confirm my nomination to the great and historic Superior Court. Thank you for your attention and answering any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Duff.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for your application, first of all. You are, I would say, a very beloved man in the judicial system. I really enjoyed my time chatting with you, but I have to say, you know, a lot of the due diligence I did on you, people just love you.
Nice.
You know, I'm not trying to embarrass you or
It's
anything.
the opposite, I guess.
You know, consistently, the message has been that you treat people well. You treat them with respect regardless of who they are. A little bit of a champion for the underdog, which speaks to me. And you have a great resume. The other attorneys and people who I like and admire and respect very much also called and, you know, lobbied for you. People I don't know called. Which is interesting. But, you know, I really don't have any questions. I typically do, but you're somebody I did a lot of work on, besides our talk and our meeting. Thanks for your application. I think you're going to be a good judge.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you. You talked on the phone? Yes. Nice conversation. I'm not going to say the name of the case that I talked to you about, but a defendant in a case that you prosecuted called me and told me that I absolutely positively have a vote for you. You had done the right thing. That, and I know the details, and you know the details because we talked about them. And there's absolutely no question that you did do the right thing. And it showed me the amount of compassion you had, and good judgment to know what to do and to do the right thing. And I think that says it all about anybody who's going to become a judge. If they can look at a situation and just figure out what the right thing is, they're going to be a great judge. I told you on the phone I was going to vote for you. I'll you next week.
Thank you very much, Councilor Kennedy.
Councilor Jubenville.
Thank you. Excuse me. And I also received the call from the same individual that Councilor Kennedy is speaking of for him, and it wasn't easy. I know you had to go through a lot of hoops to get that done, and I don't think many people would take that step and kept at it for as long as you did to get it done. Could somehow bruise some egos up at that place that not good for you in the end.
It was not easy.
Yeah, so that alone tells me
For the record, I did not ask this person to call anybody.
It's okay. I'm glad he did. We'd like to know about people, especially people that come from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So that was very important to me to hear that. And was in Quincy Court yesterday, and Jimmy McCall came up to me and said,
I can introduce you.
when is Mr. Bloomer coming in there and all that? He spoke very, very highly of him.
He's a great guy.
Yeah. And Chris Ionella also wanted to, he's heavily supporting you, and the world he is, so.
Great.
You'll have no problem next week, in my opinion. Oh, next week, yeah. Do we have somebody else? No, we don't, 2 weeks. So I plan on voting for you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Juben.
I just wanted to recognize, Judge, I had said if there was anyone here not on the list who wanted to say a few words, if you'd like to.
Who doesn't know how to say it?
No, the reason I'm here is because I heard the bill was inflated and called me up. I sat in Suffolk Superior Court a lot, Brockton too, of course, a lot in the first session. And I mean, I can't even tell you how many search warrant applications were brought to me. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I live in the North End, right? So the cops would have a search warrant application. Who's the duty judge? Oh, Judge Kratzy out in Concord. Paul, would you mind? Bill has been in my kitchen at 2 a.m. with us state police officers and with me barely covering, you know, I didn't exactly wear my pajamas, but you know, let's put it that way.
She offered me a glass of wine.
Did?
Anyway, I don't want to dangerous.
No, thank you.
Because I just joined the chorus of people saying that he was one of the most honorable prosecutors. His work was outstanding. He, frankly, more about search and seizure law than I did. And his work was top shelf. He's so honorable. He was always one of my favorites. I was sorry when he went to the falls because I don't, but he came back. So I just think he's the.
Thank you. I guess there's no other counselors. There's no one on Zoom. I think we've completed that. So I just wanted to say.
Excuse me.
Okay, we do have Counsel Hurley. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You're on.
Thank you. We talked at some length, and I would indicate that I also got a call from former Attorney General Riley, who was a born and bred resident of Springfield for a long time before he became AG, singing your praises. And I like the answers that you gave me. I think that you've got the humility, judgment, patience, and certainly the knowledge to be a great Superior Court judge. Your ability to go from one thing to the other shows that you are a lifelong learner, and I think that's what the job in Superior Court requires. So I will be voting for you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Councilor Hurley. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. I think that is all okay. So I have 2 counselors here. I would like to just say that there's no words for me to say to you, Attorney Bloomer. 5 times you have applied. You are going to be in the council book of records, okay? And I just want people, excuse me, and I just want people at home to know this is the application, this is the resume. I've been here 23 years. I have never seen this much information on experience and qualifications of any nominee in 23 years. And it took him 5 times. And I'm glad you didn't give up. I'm glad you didn't give up and you kept applying. There's no rhyme or reason why you didn't get appointed before, but you're here, and I'm very pleased with that. There's so many questions I can ask you with all your history, but let me just start with basic, okay? And I'm going to ask you 3 basic questions. I'll wait till he's through. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, what important character trait do you believe a judge should have? That's my first question.
So, I listed 4 of them. One was integrity, impartiality, work ethic, but I think the most important one is compassion and common sense too. I think a judge has to be compassionate and recognize that, they're human beings that are being affected by what's happening in the courtroom.
Well, I know I met with you, and you do have compassion. In all these positions that you've had, you have demonstrated that besides your qualifications. Okay, my second question is, what case can you think of that meant the most to you? First, in the district attorney's office, in the attorney general's office, in the United States attorney's office. Very unique, because we haven't had someone with your qualifications and all of these different codes.
It's kind of tough, but because I thought every case that I had was the most important one at the time. But I think at the DA's office, it was the very last one that I had, and it was a 10 defendant homicide that was transferred to me 6 weeks before trial. So I had to get up to speed, and it involved members of a gang called the TRG up in Lowell that went out what they called hunting one night. And they armed themselves with hammers and 2x4s and other makeshift weapons. And they disguised themselves with bandanas and hoodies. And they drove along the street in Lowell, and they came upon 3 teenagers that just happened to be walking down the street. And they pulled over. They lined up along a diner in an alleyway. And when the 3 teens walked by, they jumped them. And they knocked one of the 17-year-old to the street, and they beat that kid to death with hammers and crushed the side of his skull. And that one stuck out to me. And then after they did that, they went to Burger King and they ate and they bragged about what they had just done. So that one, the randomness and the savagery of that really sticks out to me. At the AG's office, I had to prosecute a state trooper who stole over 26 pounds of cocaine and other drugs from the Narcotics Inspection Unit. And he and his wife and some friends began using the drugs and also selling them. And things spiraled out of control very quickly. And one night he got in an argument with his wife, and he took his loaded service weapon and stuck it in her mouth and elsewhere. And he then went upstairs and got in bed with their 6-year-old daughter with the loaded weapon. And, she called the police. There was a little standoff, and he was eventually arrested. At the U.S. Attorney's Office, it's not very sexy, but there was a case that I prosecuted against an individual who was not a veteran of the military. And he established this sham, what's called a service-disabled veteran-owned small business. And he established that so he could get government set-aside contracts for construction projects. And he proceeded to defraud the government of over $110 million worth of contracts. And, at the end of the trial, there were veterans that attended, and they came up and thanked me and said, we didn't think anybody was going to hear us. And this person had deprived us of all this opportunities. And that case meant a lot to me because of my father. And at the end of the case, the agents that were assigned to it gave me a plaque. And the plaque had medallions from the Army, the Navy, Department of Defense. And I'm not a big plaque guy, but that was one that I put behind, my desk, and I proudly displayed. It meant a lot to me because of my father's service and his status as a service-disabled veteran.
So now you recently took on a different type of role of investigating police. So tell us about that.
So, like I said, I had reached the end of my career as a prosecutor, but I still wanted to be in public service. And there was this new agency, the Peace Officer Standards and Training, is called POST. And I got a couple of calls actually asking if I'd be interested in heading up the division that would oversee, investigations of police misconduct. And I had to give it a lot of thought, because I had been working with police officers for more than 30 years. But at the end of the day, I thought it was an important position because you're helping to shape that organization at the ground level and how investigations will take place. And I think that's, an incredibly important endeavor.
No, we hear that. There's something going on in Worcester right now. In fact, they're investigating. When I think of all of the roles that you played, it's just amazing. And I know the Superior Court, you need to do a lot of writing. And you have got so much recognition when you were in college for your publications, and even now. Now tell us about your recent publication and about that.
That would take me a long time to explain because it was fairly dense, but it was an article that examined two cases, Commonwealth versus Gelfgat and Commonwealth versus Jones. And in those two cases combined, the SJC said, if the government can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant, it's a foregone conclusion, that's the language they use, that a defendant knows the password to their cell phone, then it can compel that individual to enter the passwords into the cell phones without violating the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution or Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. And, in those cases, the police had obtained a search warrant to search the phones, but when they tried to, they couldn't get past the encryption firewall. And so they sought an order from the court compelling the defendant to enter the passwords into the phone so they could execute the search warrant. It was a fairly lengthy publication.
Can you tell us a couple of differences that you observed between the state and the federal systems? Because we don't hear this. This is really unique.
So I think the primary differences that I've observed is that, the state system has a far heavier volume of cases and far fewer resources than the federal courts. So in 1 year pre-COVID, the State Superior Court disposed of more than 4,900 criminal cases. The district courts disposed of over 186,000 criminal cases. And in that same year, the federal district court disposed of 575 cases. But that's with far fewer judges. So my observation is, the judges in the state system really have to be nimble and make sound judicial decisions much quicker. The other thing that I noticed is, from the criminal standpoint, the state authorities are frequently reacting to crime that's been committed, whereas the feds, they're proactively investigating either a group or an individual that might be engaging in crime that shouldn't. And so what happens many times is, the police and the prosecutors are responding to a crime that's been committed, like a murder or a rape or a burglary. And, many times decisions have to be made in split seconds, and those decisions can affect the outcome of the case. But, the feds, they have so much, so many more resources, and, they can, use an investigative grand jury. They can do electronic surveillance, and they have the time to sort of strategize with the agents and the prosecutors. So by the end of the case, when you indict the case, it is usually very strong. And I think that's reflected in the conviction rates, because federally, I think it's like a 94 to 95% conviction rate. In the states, it's somewhere around 72 to 75%. But, my experience has been that they're really phenomenal judges and phenomenal attorneys in both systems.
Right. I keep thinking over and over, you've been applying since 2017. And I apologize because I wish I had a vote on it, but I didn't. I only am presented one person and I don't know who applies. But so the thing I regret is that we'll only have you a little over 8 years on the Superior Court. And with all your wealth of knowledge and experience. So tell me, how do you think it's changed since you have been 32 years, I mean, I mean, we haven't won the war on drugs, that's for sure. So was that a lot of part of your cases?
Well, yeah, I was involved in what's called the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. So, right, the war on drugs, if success is defined, mission accomplished, it's not a success, and it's never going to be. But my experience was to really sort of focus on national and international drug trafficking organizations that were responsible for importing, huge quantities of controlled substances and opiates into the United States and causing hundreds of thousands of deaths. But I do think that, and it's gotten worse. That's my observation, I guess. I think it's gotten far worse with fentanyl coming in to the system. So I do think, though, that we really need to, as a society, kind of shift our focus towards prevention and education and treatment, and get the help for people who are really addicted to these drugs. And, we do that, then we, reduce the demand for the drugs, and you end up reducing the revenue stream for some of these drug trafficking organizations and the drug cartels.
Well, I've been saying it for years, publicly and privately here, that we need more drug treatment centers. And, I had two friends that lost their sons to heroin overdose. So I know it hits home. And they just don't, in their budget, they just don't give the money to do that. I think there's about 3 or 4. I think there's only 1 for women, I think. And so that's the biggest problem I see, because they need a long-term treatment center. So I don't know what we can do about that. Just doesn't seem to, they can pass all kinds of legislation about drugs, but if you don't have a place to send these people, because they're not criminals. Some of these people, I don't know how they get involved,
My experience is it's not the common cold. So it's a lifetime of having to recover.
Yeah.
And people frequently slip. It can be after years. So, yeah, I think, treatment is needed.
So going to the Superior Court, and you've been in all courts, what do you see that maybe you think should be improved in the Superior Court, or some change? Do you see any of that?
I can't say until I get there, but I know that some of the bigger challenges we were talking about are dealing with people who suffer from substance use disorders and also, mental illness, and sometimes both. So I think that's challenging to try to get the services that they need, right, while also handling the criminal case.
But I have to say it, and I'm being redundant. Thank you for reapplying, because I see people in my district, and they've stopped. After they see someone that wasn't really qualified, that got the job, and they don't apply again. But you have had this in your heart, in your head. You wanted to be a judge, and you didn't give up on that hope, did you?
No, and I think my wife will tell you that I'm a little bit of a hard head, so I refuse to take the answer no, and I'll just keep coming.
Right, great. But I have to tell you, received a lot of letters for you, which is really wonderful, unbelievable. First of all, from Judge McHugh, sent a beautiful letter, and all of these are like 2 pages, 3 pages. I can't read them all, but he has known you for many years and thinks so highly of you. And so he talks about the manner in which you conduct the entire prosecutorial effort, not simply the trial, complied with the highest standards. And he says, a lot about your character and about your, he talked about a trial that resulted that 2 of the defendants were guilty of murder in the 1st degree, and the remaining defendants awaited subsequent trials. And they had been keenly interested in whether and to what extent the jury would believe the Commonwealth's cooperating witnesses. Even after the verdict showed that the jury would believe those witnesses, and therefore strengthened Mr. Bloomer's position with respect to plea negotiations, he maintained a firm but reasonable approach to disposition of the remaining charges. That approach ultimately produced plea agreements most of which included long prison sentences. Each agreement carefully considered individual culpability and was fair to the defendants, to the victims, and to the public at large. Overall, his was a most impressive performance, and he talks about other things. I wish I could read all of it. Anyway,
It was one of,
yeah, very nice.
it was great.
And also a letter from Stephen Naiman.
Steve Nyman.
And he wrote about you, that he has strong support for you. And when he was a new ADA, and Bill had been a lawyer for only 4 years, he had already served as a law clerk to a Rhode Island Supreme Court justice, been a private firm associate, appellate lawyer in the DAO, and had been a district court supervisor of prosecutors while prosecuting cases. I mean, it goes on. I mean, you have such respect from people that we all respect, and that's from Jerry Leone, and also Steve Newman, who said the same, and also Donna Vasella, and she talked about
She was my executive.
20 years, that she's known more than 20 years since you've been working in the United States Attorney's Office. And she talks about you're responsible for prosecuting large-scale narcotics and money laundering investigations, and was appointed director of the New England Regional Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. So all of this, I mean, what you're bringing to, to the bench is incredible, and it's just egregious that you had to wait so long. So,
Better late than never.
and your wife was very patient along the way too. And also Enrique Zuniga, and from the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, and talked about he serves as an executive director. And he said, you're charged with an important mission of implementing this chapter, commonly referred to police reform, and investigates individuals to bring disciplinary recommendations to the commission. I mean, you have seen all kinds of cases, and for this is, I'm so glad that you made that move on the bench. And also from Karen Wells from Needham, and she said that she worked with you, and she is so enthusiastic about you being on the bench. Your dedication to public service has always been a top priority in his career path. His dedication, his admirable qualities, both personally and professionally, strong leader who guides by encouraging input, weighing the options, and responding with a practical resolution. And she goes on. I will give you copies of these letters. They're really amazing. And so she said that you suit the bench, common sense, straight shooter vision of the law. It is under this inviting style which we were privileged to serve, in which the Commonwealth would be fortunate to have administering justice. So, I don't remember getting these many letters, but all I can say is, it is really remarkable, and this has been a long journey, and I'm glad that it's going to become. And the sad thing I have to tell you is that Lieutenant Governor is not having a public assembly next Wednesday, so we won't be voting until the next week for your appointment, but it's there, so I know that everyone thinks highly of you. I'm just sorry that council's on here to hear about your, all of your experience. And I'm a redundant, but in 23 years, no, I haven't seen this. And it just makes me sad to think of people who came before, some who shouldn't have ever come. But you did it, and I am so proud to be here to be the one that held the hearing. I really am. So with that, I'm going to adjourn, And so we'll be voting in 2 weeks for your appointment, and I'm going to be very proud to vote on your appointment.
Thank you very much.
So thank you all, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving.